Chapter 510. Mu Yu said that when Mu Tianhe put down his pride, he would be a part of the Mu family. Mu Tianhe was willing to be a steward of the Yang residence. This meant that Mu Yu was returning the Mu residence to his grandfather. Mu Yu naturally wouldn't choose to live in the Mu residence as Mr. Yang. He didn't have any sense of belonging here and he didn't want to disturb the Mu family's original lives. Therefore, he let them live like this. As long as Mr. Yang didn't return to the Mu residence, Mu Tianhe and the rest wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Their lives would continue. Mu Tianhe brought his family back to the Mu residence from the cemetery. This caused a huge commotion in Clearwater City. Everyone thought that the Mu residence had changed hands and that the Mu family couldn't do anything about it. Who would have thought that the Mu family would return to their ancestral home? However, everyone soon found out that the #1 family in Clearwater City, Mu Tianhe, had chosen to be a steward of the Mu residence. The Mu residence no longer had the surname Mu. In less than 2 days, the signboard of the Mu residence changed to Yang residence. No one knew the background of this Mr. Yang. They only knew that he dared to challenge Sikong Gaoming at the auction house and even snatched the Mu residence from Sikong Gaoming's hands. Now, he even took in the Mu family and made Mu Tianhe the steward of the Yang residence. One must know that Mu Tianhe was famous in Clearwater City for being a prideful person. However, a prideful person like him was willing to lower himself to Mr. Yang and become Mr. Yang's servant. This was truly shocking. Many people in Clearwater City guessed that this Mr. Yang had a huge background. Some even guessed that he was from Stargate. On the 6th of June, Sikong Chiwen and Tian Buwait would battle in Clearwater City. This was a battle between a dark horse with the potential of an extreme immortal and the young master of Stargate. Since Tian Buwait had accepted the battle, he would definitely come to Clearwater City to prepare. Clearwater City's Mu family and Sikong family had deep conflicts. Therefore, Stargate chose the Mu family to provoke the Sikong family. Everyone believed that Mr. Yang was a member of Stargate, so it made sense that Mu Tianhe had joined Stargate. The reputation of the Heavenly Star sect was too big. Therefore, during this period of time, no one dared to cause trouble for the Mu clan. The Mu clan had finally paid off their debt. More than 10 days passed and the Mu clan seemed to have returned to normal. Mu Yu wanted to see how the Mu clan was doing. However, he didn't appear as Mr. Yang to avoid making the Mu family feel uncomfortable. After some thought, he decided to go as Feng Mu. When Mu Yu arrived at the Mu mansion, he found that the Mu mansion still hadn't recruited anyone. Only the members of the Mu family were busy taking care of their own manners. The members of the Mu family were all dressed like servants, but their expressions were very peaceful. They didn't have the sad faces of the past. Even Mu Tianhe was personally cleaning the courtyard. "Don't be lazy, Ji Tong. If you dare to be lazy, I'll teach you a lesson later," Mu Tianhe scolded with a stern face. "You have to make sure that the Yang mansion is clean at all times. You can't have any dust." "Yes, father." Mu Ji Tong was cleaning the windows with a rag. "Grandpa, that Mr. Yang hasn't come back for so long. Why do we have to clean every day?" Mu Xin asked, puzzled. She was a child, so she didn't participate in the cleaning work. She just watched her elders busy themselves every day. Mu Tianhe looked at Mu Xin and smiled. "Little Xin, Mr. Yang gave the Mu family a job and left the entire mansion to us. Naturally, we have to do everything seriously. He helped us pay off our debt so we don't have to worry about going out in the future. He also took us in so we don't have to eat and sleep in the mausoleum. Naturally, we have to know how to repay his kindness. Do you understand?" Mu Xin nodded. She tilted her head and asked, "Then why can't Mr. Yang see us doing this every day?" Mu Tianhe rubbed little Xin's head and said lovingly, "It doesn't matter if Mr. Yang can see us or not. What's important is that we have to correct our attitude and do things. We didn't do the cleaning for Mr. Yang. We did it for ourselves. What kind of people do what kind of things? This is our job. Whether or not anyone sees us, we have to do it well. We have to do it with a clear conscience. Only then can we live up to Mr. Yang's trust in us." Mu Yu sat on the roof and watched the busy Mu family. He suddenly realized that his grandfather was indeed a responsible person. Although his grandfather was prideful and old-fashioned, he was very attentive and knew how to be grateful. Muyu wanted to see such an elder. After experiencing this ordeal, the Mu family should have learned a lot. However, Muyu still didn't see Mu Zhexing's figure. "Master, Mr. Yang's room is cleaned." Uncle Mu walked over and said. "Uncle Mu, what should you call me?" Mu Tianhe asked with a frown. Lord Steward." Uncle Mu still felt that this title was awkward. In the past, people had always called him Steward. In order to differentiate, Uncle Mu decided to call Mu Tianhe Lord Steward. "Mr. Yang's room is cleaned. Have you changed the bedsheets?" Mu Tianhe asked. "Yes, Lord Steward," Uncle Mu said. "Mr. Yang still has a room?" Muyu couldn't help but ask. The Mu family members looked up and saw that someone was sitting on the roof. Big brother Feng Mu. Mu Xin jumped up happily. Muyu turned around and landed in front of Mu Tianhe. "Senior Mu, long time no see." Muyu cupped his hands in greeting. Mu Tianhe wasn't as enthusiastic as before. Instead, he frowned and said, "Little friend Feng Mu, this is no longer the Mu family's house. It is Mr. Yang's residence. Please don't trespass. I am Mr. Yang." Muyu rolled her eyes. She didn't expect that her arrival wouldn't be welcomed. She was really helpless. However, Mu Tianhe really lowered his status. As the steward, he couldn't sit idly by when Muyu trespassed into the Yang estate. "Senior, please forgive my rudeness. I was just curious. I didn't mean any harm. Please don't blame me," Muyu hurriedly said. "Little friend Feng Mu, if there's nothing else, please leave the Yang estate. As the steward of the Yang estate, I have the responsibility to protect the Yang estate," Mu Tianhe said seriously. "Great. My grandfather is really a competent steward. Feng Mu, leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll ask you to leave." Mu Hao ran over from somewhere with a bucket of water in his hand. His tone was very unfriendly. Muyu looked at this silly young man and thought of something. He asked, "Little Hao, don't tell me you've changed your worship to Mr. Yang." "So what? Then what about your big brother Muyu?" "Big brother Muyu isn't a member of our Mu family. You were the one who told me that I can't fantasize about outsiders," Mu Hao said seriously. Muyu was stunned. "Then what about me? What about your beloved big brother Feng Mu? I've never worshipped you. Can you stop being so narcissistic? You're not on the same level as those two," Mu Hao said disdainfully. Muyu opened his mouth. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. The little fan who used to praise Muyu every day was no longer a fan. Muyu actually felt a trace of sadness in his heart. "Why are you always so fickle? Can't you be a bit more resolute?" Muyu couldn't help but say. However, he comforted himself. At least Mu Hao still worshipped Mr. Yang. And that Mr. Yang was him. "I'm not fickle. In fact, I don't worship Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang is our savior. I'm just thankful to him. I still admire the true God's disciple. It's just that I don't see him as a brother of our Mu family. What I want to learn is the true God's disciple's indomitable spirit. As for you, Muyu." Mu Hao sized up Muyu. "I'm also your savior." Muyu felt that this idiot was asking for a beating. "Saving me is one thing, but now that you're trespassing in Yang Manor, I have to chase you out." Mu Hao raised the bucket in his hand. "If you don't leave, I'll splash water on you." Muyu felt that it was hard to defend himself. He had come with good intentions to inspect their work, but he was actually chased out by the Mu family. He shook his head. "Forget it. I'll just bear with it for now. When I leave Clearwater City, I'll tell these people my identity. I'll anger this idiot to death. Little Shin, let's go. Let's go out and play, shall we?" Muyu felt like he was a bad brother who kidnapped a child. But then again, Mu Shin was indeed his sister. "Grandpa, can I go out and play with brother Feng Mu?" Mu Shin blinked her big eyes and asked. "Don't worry, Senior Mu. I won't do anything to little Shin. She'll be fine with me," Muyu hurriedly said. Mu Tianhe hesitated for a moment. He knew that Feng Mu had helped their Mu family before, so he probably wouldn't do anything to little Shin. Then I'll go too. I can't let little Shin be alone with a man. Mu Hao's responsibility as an elder brother came out again. You just stay here and work. Who's going to take you? Mu Yu made a provocative gesture at Mu Hao. Then, he left with Mu Shin. Mu Hao was so angry that he stomped his feet. Mu Yu held Mu Shin's hand and walked on the bustling street. He couldn't help but ask, Little Shin, I heard your grandpa say that you've prepared a room for Mr. Yang. What's going on? Oh, that room is the best room in the entire Yang manor. It used to be Grandpa's room, but now Grandpa said that the entire Mu family belongs to Mr. Yang. So, Mr. Yang can stay in that room when he comes back. Grandpa asked Uncle Mu to clean the room every day. He also asked Uncle Mu to keep the room ventilated so that Mr. Yang has a place to stay when he comes back. Mu Shin held a big stick of candied haws in her hand and ate happily. Xiao Shuai held 2 big sticks in his hand. Mu Yu was moved. He didn't expect his grandpa to treat Mr. Yang as his master. Fortunately, Mu Yu didn't go back as Mr. Yang. Otherwise, he might feel uncomfortable talking to the Mu family. Mu Yu didn't want his grandpa to bow to him. He would be struck by lightning. Then where do you live? Mu Yu curiously asked. Grandpa brought us to live in the courtyard where the Mu family's servants used to live. It's actually very spacious. There used to be hundreds of servants in the Mu family. Now, it's just the few of us living there. There's nothing bad about it. Mu Shin said with a smile. Live in the servants' courtyard? Chapter 511. At the Sikong family. The Sikong family's courtyard was no smaller than the Mu family's ancestral mansion. It was extremely luxurious and had truly earned the title of the #1 family in Clearwater City. Everything in the house was relatively precious and there were all sorts of antiques. Sikong Gaoming loved luxury. With his son backing him up, no one in Clearwater City dared to disrespect him. However, Sikong Gaoming's face was very gloomy these 2 days because he heard that the Mu family had moved back to the Mu family's ancestral mansion. Even though that mansion no longer belonged to the Mu family, he was still very unhappy. This was because he had always wanted to force Mu Tianhe into a dead end. Sikong Gaoming used to be a subordinate of the Mu family. In the past, Sikong Gaoming trembled with fear and humility in front of Mu Tianhe. Later on, when his son became successful, he began to suppress the Mu family without restraint, wanting to destroy the Mu family. He used to work for the Mu family and was very familiar with the Mu family's business. Therefore, if he wanted to rise up, it was naturally the fastest way to snatch the Mu family's business. As long as the Mu family existed, the word forget would always be a thorn in his heart. Therefore, he couldn't wait to remove this thorn. When the Mu family moved into the cemetery, he thought that the Mu family was done for. Therefore, he didn't immediately make things difficult for the Mu family. This was because the Mu family had become a laughingstock in Clearwater City. He wanted the Mu family to perish under the ridicule of others. However, he didn't expect Mu Tianhe to actually bring his own people back to the Mu residence. Moreover, it was rumored that he had the backing of Stargate. He couldn't afford to offend people from Stargate. Even if his son had potential, he was only one person. Stargate was one of the 8 most powerful gates in the cultivation world. How could a small family like him dare to challenge them? Moreover, the young master of Stargate, who was said to be disliked by the heavens, had a cultivation level no weaker than his son's. He couldn't interfere in a battle between immortals. These few days, he resisted the urge to find trouble with the Mu family because he wanted to find out more about the mysterious Mr. Yang's background. He wanted to see if he was really from Stargate. Old Master, I've already made some detailed inquiries. The people from Stargate haven't arrived in Clearwater City yet. Who exactly is that Mr. Yang? No one has seen him before. I asked Hui Beiya of $1 Million Trading Company, but she only said that she has no comment. A middle-aged Xiozhe knelt on one knee in front of Sikong Gaoming and said respectfully. This middle-aged cultivator had a tall and sturdy build, and his cultivation was actually at the 3rd heavenly layer of the out-of-aperture state. Out-of-body stage cultivators were already considered top-notch experts in Clearwater City. Even the clan leaders of Clearwater City were only at the out-of-body stage. Sikong Gaoming was only at the 9th heavenly layer of the nascent soul stage, but he had an out-of-body stage cultivator do things for him. Naturally, this person was someone his son had found from outside Clearwater City. Sikong Gaoming also had a masked man behind him. His cultivation was at the 5th celestial stage of out-of-aperture realm. One was at the 3rd firmament of out-of-body stage, while the other was at the 5th firmament of out-of-body stage. Chiwon won't be back until the day after tomorrow. I can't wait for him. That Mr. Yang is most likely a cover created by the Mu clan. Mu Tianhe is a cunning old fox. He must have made up such a person to scare me. He changed the Mu residence to the Yang residence and pretended to be the steward of the Yang residence. Is he planning to use this method to deceive everyone? Dream on. Sikong Gaoming said angrily. Other than Hui Beiya, no one in Clearwater City had seen who Mr. Yang was. Sikong Gaoming had never seen Mr. Yang before, so he suspected that this was Mu Tianhe's scheme. He guessed that Mu Tianhe wanted to rely on a fake expert to scare off all the enemies who wanted to harm the Mu clan, especially to intimidate Sikong Gaoming. If Mr. Yang had appeared in the Mu mansion, then Sikong Gaoming might have been afraid. However, Mr. Yang was nowhere to be found in the Mu mansion. Moreover, the Mu family had returned to their ancestral home as if nothing had happened. This made Sikong Gaoming suspicious. He had never dared to do anything to the Mu clan in the Yang residence because his son had left Clearwater City. If that Mr. Yang really existed and could subdue Mu Tianhe, his cultivation would naturally not be low. However, he had just received a letter from his son. His son would return to Clearwater City the day after tomorrow. Master, let's wait for Master to return first. The middle-aged cultivator at the 3rd firmament of out-of-body realm was called Go Zhangyang. The other masked cultivator at the 5th firmament of out-of-body realm was called Lu Shishan. The two of them had always called Sikong Chiwon their master. No, I can't take this lying down. Let's go to the Mu residence now. Since that Mr. Yang is not in the Mu residence, let's go kill Mu Tianhe today. Even if Mr. Yang finds out tomorrow, my son will be back. Why should we be afraid of him? Sikong Gaoming said fiercely. The two of you, come with me to find trouble with the Mu clan now. Yes, master. Go Zhangyang and Lu Shishin looked at each other. A red light flashed in their eyes, but they did not say anything. Every day, Mu Tianhe would instruct the Mu clan to spend 4 hours cleaning up the Yang residence before they would start to deal with other matters. Now that they had the funds from Mr. Yang, other than the 1 million that they spent to repay their debts, they still had some spirit stones left to buy new furniture and decorations in the Yang residence. However, they could not just sit around and live off their previous savings. Thus, Mu Mingda and his two brothers would continue to look for things to do every day. Now that the mysterious Mr. Yang might be related to Stargate, many people no longer dared to deliberately make things difficult for the Mu clan. Mu Tianhe recorded all the spirit stone expenses clearly in an account book. He did not want to make a mess of the accounts and forbade the Mu clan from casually squandering. Father, then we will go out. You guys rest at home. Little Hao, you have to cultivate properly. Mu Rongshuan and his two brothers were preparing to go out and find things to do. Now that they had some capital, they could start a small business and make the Mu clan big again. However, just as Mu Mingda and his brothers reached the door was suddenly blasted open. Then, two terrifying auras rushed in and sent Mu Mingda and his brothers flying out. Who is it? Mu Tianhe angrily rebuked. His figure flashed as he caught his 3 sons. However, the huge impact still sent him flying. He retreated to a corner before stabilizing his body. Mu Tianhe, I trust you have been well since we last met. Sikong Gaoming's sinister figure slowly walked in from the door with a hypocritical smile on his face. Go Zhangyang and Lu Shishin, 2 out-of-body stage cultivators, followed behind Sikong Gaoming. Just now, they were the ones who sent Mu Rongshuan and his 2 brothers flying. Mu Tianhe's expression changed as he vigilantly looked at Go Zhangyang and Lu Shishin. These 2 people's cultivations were higher than his. If they really fought, he would definitely not be their opponent. He coldly snorted and berated, "Sikong Gaoming, this is the Yang residence. What is the meaning of trespassing? Yang residence. Hee. Mu Tianhe, you old fool, you are really cunning. So what if I trespass into your Yang residence? If you have the ability, then get that Mr. Yang to come out. I want to ask Mr. Yang for advice." Sikong Gaoming viciously stared at Mu Tianhe. "Sikong Gaoming, how can you offend Mr. Yang's dignity? Please go back." Mu Tianhe's heart slightly sank. He already knew that Sikong Gaoming would come to cause trouble, but he did not expect that Sikong Gaoming would actually bring 2 out-of-body stage cultivators. Mr. Yang had not appeared since they parted more than 10 days ago. No one knew where he went. Sikong Gaoming deliberately came to cause trouble today. The 2 guards behind him had higher cultivations than Mu Tianhe. With Mu Tianhe's cultivation, it was impossible for him to block the 2. "You think you can scare me by casually fabricating a Mr. Yang? You really think I can't see through your petty tricks? I will send your Mu family to heaven right now. I want to see if that Mr. Yang will stand up for you." Sikong Gaoming sneered. Behind him, Go Zhengyang's figure was as fast as lightning as he grabbed at Mu Mingda. "Impudent!" Mu Tianhe angrily stood in front of Mu Mingda and met Go Zhengyang's palm head-on. Mu Tianhe's complexion suddenly changed. A strange force invaded his body from his palm, causing his blood and qi to become unstable. He was unable to completely dissolve the strange force and was directly sent flying, smashing into the stone table beside him. Looking at Go Zhengyang, he did not even move. "Father, are you all right?" Mu Mingda and the other 2 hurriedly rushed over to support Mu Tianhe while glaring at Sikong Gaoming. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Mu Tianhe's mouth. He looked at Go Zhengyang in horror. The other party's strength was beyond his imagination. Just 1 palm was enough to injure him. "Sikong Gaoming, what do you want? My Mu family has already been destroyed. You still won't let us go?" Mu Tianhe angrily said. No. Your Mu family hasn't been completely destroyed. Your Mu family's ancestral home is still here. I've already said that my son has taken a fancy to your Mu family's ancestral home and wants to use it as his backyard. If you know what's good for you, immediately pack up your things and scram. If you live among the piles of corpses again, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll directly kill you so that you won't even have the chance to live among the piles of corpses." Sikong Gaoming fiercely said. "Sikong Gaoming, now that this house belongs to Mr. Yang, it's no longer our Mu family's residence. Our Mu family only works for Mr. Yang. Don't go too far." Mu Tianhe clenched his fists. "Don't use Mr. Yang to scare me." "What bullshit, Mr. Yang? If he wants this house back, he can come and get it from me. This place already belongs to me, Sikong Gaoming. I want to see what kind of background this Mr. Yang has," Sikong Gaoming said. With a severed soul stage son supporting him, it was natural for him to seize someone else's ancestral home. Mu Tianhe stood up and said, "As the steward of Mr. Yang's residence, Mr. Yang left the entire Yang estate to me to manage. I have the responsibility to protect this Yang estate. If you want to invade the Yang estate, you'll have to step over my dead body. I, Mu Tianhe, have never been a coward who's afraid of death. I'm a loyal person who does loyal things. I'm not as heartless and unscrupulous as you, doing things that go against your loyalty." Mu Tianhe's words seemed to have stepped on Sikong Gaoming's tail. Sikong Gaoming's face twisted. He was originally groomed by Mu Tianhe, but he betrayed Mu Tianhe and seized the Mu family's property. He was originally a disloyal and unrighteous person. Now, no one in Clearwater City dared to say the word loyalty in front of him. Anything related to loyalty seemed to be mocking him. Loyalty? Sikong Gaoming's mouth suddenly curved into a strange arc. He reached out to grab Mu Hao. Mu Tianhe was shocked and hurriedly went to protect Mu Hao. However, Go Zhengyang's body was as fast as lightning. He struck Mu Tianhe's chest with his palm. The terrifying spiritual energy overwhelmed Mu Tianhe. Mu Tianhe crashed into a tree in the courtyard and fell to the ground. "I'll fight it out with you." Mu Mingda and the other 2 rushed towards Sikong Gaoming. However, LV Shishin, who was behind Skycleaving, only snorted coldly. The three of them were shocked to find that they couldn't move. "Let go of my grandson." Mu Tianhe spat out a mouthful of blood and roared in grief and indignation. Chapter 512. Let go of me, you bastard. Mu Hao struggled to break free from Skycleaving's grasp, but Skycleaving was a ninth heavenly layer nascent soul stage cultivator. Mu Hao's strength was not worth mentioning in front of him. "What do you want?" Mu Tianhe anxiously looked at Mu Hao, who was being held in the air by Skycleaving. Mu Hao tightly covered his neck with his face flushed red. Skycleaving stared at Mu Tianhe and viciously said, "Mu Tianhe, I remember that you used to regard your face as more important than your life. I don't believe that you are willing to be someone else's housekeeper. You have a good plan, fabricating a fake Mr. Yang to make others think that you have given up your dignity. If you think you can fool me like this, then you underestimate me too much. Mr. Yang saved my Mu family. My life belongs to Mr. Yang. This house is also Mr. Yang's. You trespassed into Mr. Yang's residence. Mr. Yang will definitely not forgive you." Mu Tianhe struggled to stand up. "Mr. Yang? If Mr. Yang really exists, then why did he show up now? I don't believe that you will bow and scrape in front of others unless you obediently kneel in front of me and kowtow and beg for mercy. Let me see if you really don't care about your face. If you don't beg for mercy, then I will kill your descendants one by one, starting with your grandson." Skycleaving said with a smile. "Skycleaving, don't go too far." Mu Tianhe trembled with anger. Letting him bow his head in front of Mr. Yang was already a big concession, but how could he kowtow and beg for mercy in front of Skycleaving? "Grandpa, even if we die, we will not beg for mercy from a villain who has no loyalty. Grandpa, I am not afraid of death." Mu Hao squeezed these words out of his teeth with difficulty. Even though Mu Hao was caught by Skycleaving, his eyes were still full of determination. There was no fear or greed for life. "Little Hao." Mu Tianhe clenched his fists. No matter how strong he was, hearing his grandson's words made him feel sad. Mu Hao was originally a sensible child, but he had to suffer this ordeal with him. As the head of the family, he couldn't protect his descendants. In front of Skycleaving's coercion, he had no ability to resist. Little Hao, Mu Rongshuan's face was already covered in tears. He was a father, and seeing his own son being grabbed by the other party, he was powerless. He knew that Skycleaving was a vicious and merciless person. It was impossible for him to let the Mu family go. Rather than being humiliated to death by the other party, it was better for them to die with dignity. Mu Rongshuan revealed a sad smile and said, "Little Hao, you're right. We'd rather die standing than live kneeling." Following that, Mu Rongshuan turned his head and looked at Mu Tianhe. "Father, we will not kneel to a treacherous villain. Would you rather die standing than live kneeling?" Mu Tianhe murmured these words. Back then, he had always taught his children and grandchildren to have a backbone. Both of them remembered his words. But now, if they really listened to this sentence, then the Mu family might really be wiped out. He already didn't know how to choose. Back then, for the sake of his so-called face, he chose to break up the family on planet Muja. Now, for the sake of his backbone, would he let the entire Mu family die with him? From the moment he chose to leave the cemetery and become Mr. Yang's butler, he knew that he could no longer blindly harm his children and grandchildren for the sake of his own face. Now that the lives of his grandson and son were in his hands, he had to make a choice. "If I kneel down and beg for mercy, will you let them go?" Mu Tianhe asked with a pale face. Skycleaving smiled viciously. "As long as you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll chase your children and grandchildren out of Clearwater City without harming their lives." "Grandfather, don't!" Mu Hao shouted in horror. "Father, don't!" Mu Mingda and the rest also shouted. "We're not afraid of death." Mu Tianhe shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You're not afraid of death, but I don't want the Mu family to die. I've already destroyed the foundation left behind by my ancestors. If I can't even protect your lives, then how can I face my ancestors in the underworld? Father, didn't you tell us that a person must have backbone and dignity? Mu Jitong said with grief and indignation. For the sake of my face, I've already made a mistake 20 years ago. I can't make another mistake. The Mu family can't die. Mu Tianhe was inconsolable. No, grandfather. Our Mu family won't die. We still have big brother Mu Yu and Xiao Xin. Feng Mu will protect Xiao Xin. They will definitely avenge us. If you kneel down, I won't acknowledge you as my grandfather anymore. Mu Hao was almost unable to speak. His voice was getting weaker and weaker. Xiao Hao. Mu Tianhe clenched his fists and sighed to the sky. He could put down his pride and work for others for the Mu family. That wasn't losing his dignity because it was an employer-employee relationship. But he definitely wouldn't abandon his dignity for the sake of survival. Mu Hao's words made him make up his mind. Mu Tianhe's eyes flickered with fury. He looked at Sikong Gaoming and said, Sikong Gaoming, kill all of us. If my grandson isn't afraid of death, why would I kneel to you? You're a person who doesn't speak of loyalty. In the future, you'll definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens. Sikong Gaoming looked at Mu Tianhe viciously and said, then I'll fulfill your wish. Kill him for me. Behind him, LV Shixin had already charged at Mu Tianhe like a ghost. Mu Tianhe looked at death calmly as the aura of death enveloped his body. However, he suddenly thought of his grandson that he had never met before, that Mu Yu. If Mu Yu saw that he had once again killed Mu Hao because of his dignity, would he forgive him? He knew that he didn't have the face to beg for Mu Yu's forgiveness, but he could set an example in front of Mu Hao. He wasn't LV Shixin's opponent, but he still condensed a powerful spiritual energy in his body and wanted to fight to the death with him. A powerful killing intent instantly enveloped Mu Tianhe's body. Mu Tianhe even felt that his breathing had slowed down. You dare to touch my people? An angry and cold voice filled the entire Mu family's courtyard, causing Mu Tianhe to be startled. LV Shixin and Go Zhengyang had already flown out. The two of them fiercely collided with each other in the air, creating a heavy muffled sound. Then, like two dead dogs, they fell to the ground and didn't move anymore. A person covered in runes slowly appeared in front of Mu Tianhe. At this moment, Mu Hao had already landed on the ground. Sikong Gaoming was actually suspended in the air by an invisible hand. Mr. Yang, Mu Tianhe cried out in surprise. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong because Mr. Yang's appearance was very strange. Within the runes, there seemed to be another person being held by Mr. Yang. Brother Hao, grandfather, father, eldest uncle, second uncle, are you all right? What shocked the Mu family was that Mu Xin ran out of Mr. Yang's runes and rushed towards the nearest Mu Hao. The runes around Mu Yu's body gradually dissipated, revealing his original appearance. Feng Mu? Mu Tianhe was stunned. He never thought that Mr. Yang was actually that easygoing Feng Mu who had saved Mu Hao several times. But what's going on? How could Feng Mu be Mr. Yang? You, who are you? You actually dare to meddle in our Sikong family's business. Sikong Gaoming was both shocked and angry. At this moment, he was suspended in the air like a sandbag. He had never been humiliated like this before. Ever since his son became an extreme immortal that everyone revered, his status rose. No one dared to be disrespectful to him. However, such a young man actually dared to capture him without the slightest scruple. Mu Yu didn't even bother to look at Sikong Gaoming. He casually threw Sikong Gaoming to the ground like he was throwing trash. Following a muffled sound, Sikong Gaoming fell heavily on the stone floor. This kind of terrifying force was enough to create a large hole in the ground. However, a rune appeared on the ground and protected the stone floor, but all the force was used on Sikong Gaoming. How could Mu Yu let this kind of person destroy his courtyard? You dare to trespass into my house? Mu Yu swept his gaze over the injured Mu Tianhe and the others. He was unable to restrain his anger. You even injured my people. You're that Mr. Yang? Sikong Gaoming was shocked. He always thought that Mr. Yang was just a fabrication by Mu Tianhe. He didn't expect that he actually existed. Moreover, this Mr. Yang's cultivation was actually so high that even his two out-of-body guards couldn't stop him. You dare to humiliate my people? Mu Yu stomped heavily on Sikong Gaoming's chest, breaking his ribs. You. Sikong Gaoming spat out a mouthful of blood. You dare to treat me like this? Don't you know my son? Slap. Mu Yu raised his hand and slapped, directly shattering all of Sikong Gaoming's teeth. Mu Yu turned to look at Mu Tianha's miserable state. Anger had already filled his chest. From the moment Mu Tianhe chose to put down his pride, this old man was his grandfather. He definitely wouldn't forgive anyone who dared to bully his grandfather. So what if your son is Sikong Chiwen? Mu Yu looked coldly at Sikong Gaoming. He suddenly understood that whether it was Mr. Yang or Feng Mu, his reputation wasn't big enough to intimidate others. There would still be many people who would harm the Mu clan. Once he wasn't around, today's incident would most likely happen again. He needed a reputation to protect the Mu family, just like how the name Sikong Chiwen could make people not dare to touch the Sikong family. The name Mu Yu definitely had enough weight to prevent the Mu clan from being humiliated. Now that he had admitted that Mu Tianhe was his grandfather, there was nothing for him to hide. Mr. Yang, hurry up and let go of my master. My master, Sikong Chiwen, will be back soon. Don't be ungrateful. Go Zhangyang crawled up from the ground and said fearfully. Mu Yu's cultivation was above his. He was afraid that other than Sikong Chiwen, no one else in Clearwater City could stop Mr. Yang. Sikong Chiwen will be back soon? That's good. Go and tell him that if he wants to save his father, he can come and find me, Mu Yu said coldly. Mu Yu couldn't kill Sikong Gaoming directly. He still didn't know what Sikong Chiwen was like. If he killed Sikong Gaoming and Sikong Chiwen decided to take revenge on the Mu clan, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Now that he had a family, he had to take care of their safety. Everyone looked at Mu Yu with surprise. However, Mu Tianhe was very worried about one thing. Since Mr. Yang knew that Sikong Gaoming's son was Sikong Chiwen, then with Sikong Chiwen's ability, would Mr. Yang be a match for Sikong Chiwen? If Mr. Yang wasn't a match for Sikong Chiwen, then wouldn't the Mu clan be wiped out? Mr. Yang, please let this person go. Sikong Chiwen. Mu Tianhe took a step forward and said respectfully. My name isn't Mr. Yang. Mu Yu looked at his grandfather. Although he didn't have any feelings for Mu Tianhe, this old man had won his respect. It was time for him to clarify things with Mu Tianhe. Yes. Lord Feng Mu, this old servant didn't know that Mr. Yang was Lord Feng Mu. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me, Mu Tianhe hurriedly said. He had ordered Mr. Yang to leave when he came. My name is Mu Yu, Mu Yu said slowly. My name is Mu Yu. What? Chapter 5:13. My name is Mu Yu. When these 4 words came out of the young man's mouth, the air seemed to have solidified. No one could breathe. The Mu family members were all stunned. Everyone thought that they had misheard. The mysterious Mr. Yang was not only the familiar Feng Mu, but also Mu Yu. You are Mu Yu? Mu Tianhe's face was filled with disbelief. His face was even paler than before. Mu Yu was the true God's disciple. He might even be his grandson. However, Mu Tianhe did not dare to say it out loud. He remembered that he was the one who caused Mu Yu to wander outside. He had always felt deeply guilty about this. If the young man in front of him was really his grandson, how should he face all of this? When Mu Tianhe heard the 2 words Mu Yu, he was not ecstatic. Instead, he was afraid. He remembered what had happened recently. The young man in front of him had always helped the other members of the Mu family. He saved Mu Rongxuan's family with the identity of Feng Mu. He also crippled the Mu family's evil slave surnamed Yi and protected Mu Hao. He even used the identity of Mr. Yang to obtain the Mu family's ancestral home. Mu Tianhe's stomach twisted into a ball. The young man in front of him had done so much for the Mu clan, but he was the only one who was allowed to start as a servant. Was this Mu Yu's revenge? Mu Tianhe was at a loss. He was panicking. He was even more panicked than when he was facing Sikong Gaoming. Big brother Feng Mu. Mu Xin felt strange. She turned her head and blinked her big eyes. Did you just say that your name is Mu Yu? Do you have the same name as the true God's disciple? Mu Yu looked at everyone in the Mu family and found that everyone was staring at him, waiting for his answer. They also wanted to know if the young man in front of them was the true God's disciple. They also wanted to know if the true God's disciple was a member of the Mu family. However, Mu Tianhe's gaze was avoiding Mu Yu's. He kept his head down, not daring to look at Mu Yu. Mu Yu Rongshuan was also slightly trembling. He hoped that Feng Mu would admit that he was Mu Yu, but he also felt that it was inconceivable. The person he met in the desert was actually the legendary Mu Yu? All of this was too inconceivable. Mu Yu pondered for a long time, then calmly said, "I am the disciple of the true God, also called Mu Yu." "That's right. Of course, Mr. Feng Mu and Mr. Yang are just my aliases." Mu Rongshuan was pleasantly surprised, but this was not the answer he wanted. He wanted to know if Mu Yu was related to the He Mu family. However, Mu Yu didn't immediately answer him. Instead, he looked at Go Zhengyang and Lu Xishan. These two were of no importance to him, but he had to make an example of Sikong Chiwen. He raised his hand, and following an unpleasant cracking sound and heart-wrenching groan, Go Zhengyang and Lu Xishan's arms were severely twisted. At the same time, a rune covered their bodies, directly crippling their cultivation. You dare." Go Zhengyang and Lu Xishan looked at Mu Yu with hatred, but Mu Yu only coldly stared at them. His eyes flashed with black and white runes, and a terrifying aura pressed down on them, forcibly suppressing their word. "Go back and tell Sikong Chiwen that I'll wait for him here. If he doesn't come tomorrow, I'll kill Sikong Gao Ming." Mu Yu snorted and waved his hand again, throwing the two of them out of the Mu manor. As for Sikong Gao Ming, he had already been slapped unconscious by Mu Yu. His body was in a sorry state, dripping with blood. This was already Mu Yu being merciful. Otherwise, with his cultivation, Sikong Gao Ming would never be able to stand up again. "As for this half-dead Sikong Gao Ming, one of you can throw him into the woodshed and lock him up." Mu Yu kicked Sikong Gao Ming's body, and Sikong Gao Ming's entire body was kicked to the corner of the wall. Mu Hao suddenly said, "Are you really the true God's disciple, Mu Yu? What? Is there someone else pretending to be him?" Mu Yu looked at this silly guy. He felt that this silly guy had become a different person in the past few days. He had become very different. Mu Yu knew that the matter of the Jiyu family breaking off the engagement had a huge impact on Mu Hao. If it was anyone else in that situation, they would be deeply affected. However, Mu Hao was not defeated. Instead, he had become more mature. "Then are you from our Mu family?" Mu Hao asked again. Everyone stared at Mu Yu, waiting for Mu Yu's answer. This answer was too important to them because it meant that the Mu family's future could be saved. Only Mu Tianhe lowered his head. He did not look at Mu Yu. He did not dare to face this person. Mu Yu looked at Mu Tianhe and slowly said, "I am." The eyes of everyone from the Mu family lit up. However, only Mu Tianhe was trembling. The moment Mu Yu admitted it, he did not feel any excitement, only shame. It was he who insisted on separating Mu Zhaxing and Zhu Xiaoqi, causing Mu Yu to be separated from his parents at a young age. Now, the Mu family only existed in name. He did not expect that the person who pulled them back from the brink of death was this abandoned grandson. Mu Tianhe did not have the face to look at this grandson in name. He even felt ashamed. "Are you really Mu Yu from our Mu family?" Mu Hao was shocked. He recalled the first time he met Mu Yu in the desert. He suspected that this person named Feng Mu had bad intentions, but he kept on praising his ideal Mu Yu in front of Feng Mu. Then, when the marriage was cancelled, Mu Yu used Feng Mu's identity to tell him not to rely on this so-called outsider. He chose not to blindly believe in the disciple of a true God and instead thanked the mysterious Mr. Yang. Who would have thought that Mr. Yang was actually Mu Yu himself? Feng Mu, Mr. Yang, Mu Yu, it's all you. Mu Hao found it hard to accept. He recalled how he had been belittling Feng Mu and praising Mu Yu in front of this person. He had even spoken so passionately. Little did he know that this person had been watching him make a fool of himself. Mu Hao felt that he was a fool, so naive that it was somewhat cute. "Yes, what's wrong with that?" Mu Yu snorted. He knew that this guy would be greatly affected. He had always been belittled and doubted by this hothead. Now that he knew that Feng Mu was actually Mu Yu, it would be strange if he could accept it. Of course it's not right. Since you are a member of our Mu clan, why did you stand by and watch as our Mu clan is being bullied? Mu Hao suddenly roared out in anger. He didn't know where it came from. Little Hao, shut up. Mu Tianhe angrily rebuked. His face was very red. He knew that Mu Yu had no reason to help the Mu family. This family didn't have Mu Yu's mark. Mu Yu wasn't even born here. Mu Yu pursed his lips. Mu Hao's questioning tone made him feel irritated. He stared at Mu Hao and slowly said, "Why should I help you?" Because, Mu Hao's chest heaved up and down, because you're a member of our Mu family. Am I a member of the Mu family? I was an orphan since I was young. I didn't have parents like you. You can act spoiled in your parents' arms, but I can't. I can't even remember what my mother looked like, and I don't even know who my father is. When I was in dire straits, did the Mu family help me? When the Mu family was in dire straits, why should I help you? Mu Yu swept his gaze over all the members of the Mu family. His gaze especially fell on Mu Tianhe. Mu Tianhe clenched his fists. Mu Rongshuan and the others didn't dare to look at Mu Yu because they knew that Mu Yu had no relationship with the Mu family. He was even almost killed by the Mu family. At this time, no one in the Mu family dared to say anything about Mu Yu because they weren't worthy. The more Mu Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. He was reminded of his childhood memories by Mu Hao's questioning tone. When he was young, he sat alone on the broken doorstep of his home in Flowing Water Village. He looked at the small road at the entrance of the village, anxiously waiting for his parents to come pick him up. He thought that if he continued to wait, there would be a result. Every time a stranger came to the village, he would eagerly look forward to it. He would look forward to the stranger saying that they were looking for a child called Mu Yu. At that time, he would happily jump into his parents' arms. He waited from the age of 2 until he was 12. Even when Grandpa Village Chief told him that he could become an immortal master, he was unwilling. Because he was afraid that the wrong person would come to find his parent. But no one came to find him. No one came. He grew up like a wild child. He could only envy other children who could be held in their parents' arms. He couldn't. He had no parents. There was only a straw hut, and only the village chief was raising him. He was very optimistic during the day because he didn't want the village chief to worry. But when he was alone at night, he would secretly cry. He kept asking why did his parents abandon him? What did he do wrong? And now that he found his family, he was suddenly questioned by them. As a member of the Mu family, why did you stand by and do nothing? Stand by and do nothing? You said I stood by and did nothing? Then I'll tell you. That time in the desert, I saved all of you. That time in the restaurant, I saved you. I helped you protect the Mu family's house. When you lived in the cemetery, there were so many people who came to collect debts every day. I helped you settle it. I saved your father at least 5 times. You owed $2 million, and there were people who came to collect debts every day. I helped you pay it back. When you lived in the cemetery, I asked you to move back. When you were bullied by Sikong Gaoming, I helped you deal with it. I stood by and did nothing. Tell me, what do you mean by standing by and doing nothing? Mu Yu said angrily. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire courtyard. All the flowers and plants grew crazily and swayed in the air, staring at the Mu family. He didn't know why he was angry. He only felt that he was very sullen. It was the Mu family who had wronged him, but in Mu Hao's eyes, it was as if he had caused the Mu family's destruction. He had done so much in secret because the Mu family had given him life. He wanted to return this favor and didn't want to be unable to cross the hurdle in his heart. He had already done everything he could. He didn't want to reveal his identity and didn't want to have anything to do with the Mu family. In the end, he found that the Mu family had no way to escape Sikong Gaoming's persecution. He had no choice but to use the name of the true God's disciple to intimidate others and protect the Mu family. He admitted his identity. But he was questioned by Mu Hao. A child's words carried no harm. He understood this logic. He shouldn't care about a child's words, but he was also a human. He had emotions and burdens. Who could he tell the resentment that he had accumulated for so long? He couldn't accept that standing by and doing nothing. Chapter 5:14. Mu Hao opened his mouth. He did not know that all these things were done by Mu Yu. He suddenly realized that he was very childish and was even at a loss. Mu Yu, who he said was watching with folded arms, had actually done so much for their Mu family. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Mu Hao knew that he had said the wrong thing and was also frightened by Mu Yu's anger. No one from the Mu family dared to say anything. In Mu Rongshuan's impression, Feng Mu had always been a very easygoing person, a little childish, but no one thought that Mu Yu would suddenly become so angry. Master Mu Yu, it's this old servant's fault. This old servant did not discipline him well. This old servant is willing to be punished. Mu Tianhe wanted to kneel down, but Mu Yu still stopped him. Mu Tianhe's old servant made everyone from the Mu family understand that the Mu Yu in front of them was not someone they could climb up to. Mu Rongshuan and the others' faces were also hot. They found themselves very laughable. The Mu family had hurt a person, but they wanted this person to save the Mu family. It was really funny. It was only today that they found out that Mu Yu had always been an orphan. As an orphan, he had made a name for himself, and all of this had nothing to do with their Mu family. Mu Yu took a deep breath. After spitting out some of the words in his heart, he felt a lot better. I want to be alone. You guys lock up Sikong Gaoming for me. Mu Yu slowly walked towards the courtyard. That was where he stayed on his first day in the Mu family. Master Mu Yu, the room this old servant has prepared for you is here. Mu Tianhe said hesitantly. No need. At night, the stars twinkled and a cool breeze blew. Mu Yu sat on a chair in the courtyard, drinking wine alone. Little Shuai and Long Teng were jumping around the tree in the courtyard. They had nothing to do, so they liked to fight with each other. Mu Yu looked at the two of them and felt that being a lazy dragon and a narcissist who only liked to look for food was a very good thing. At least he wouldn't have so many unnecessary worries. He realized that he had actually fallen in love with the taste of wine. As the spicy liquid flowed down his throat, his entire body felt numb, as if nothing was worth mentioning. His heart gradually calmed down, and the events of the day did not seem so bad. Mu Hao stood outside the door for a long time. He wanted to knock on the door several times, but his hand always stopped in midair. Mu Hao was very afraid. He had always wanted to be an adult to share the burden of his family, but the things he said and did were always so childish. He even took things for granted. He knew that he still had a long way to go to become the pillar of the Mu clan. Mu Yu had long sensed Mu Hao outside the door. He understood that this hothead wanted to apologize to him, but was unable to muster up the courage to do so. After all, Mu Yu had always bragged about his great big brother Mu Yu in front of Mu Yu while constantly belittling Feng Mu in front of him. However, when he found out that Feng Mu was Mu Yu, he found it hard to accept this fact. Mu Yu shook his head slightly. In the end, he was only a 13-year-old child. How could he know so much? A child who grew up in a greenhouse would not understand that life was not as simple as he thought. Mu Yu wasn't angry with Mu Hao, and he wasn't angry with anyone. During the day, he was angry only because the words "watch with folded arms" touched his scar, and he wanted to vent the emotions in his heart. After venting, he would feel much more relaxed. Mu Tianhe walked out of the darkness and put his hand on Mu Hao's shoulder. Mu Hao looked up and saw Mu Tianhe's haggard appearance. He felt sad. Grandfather, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Mu Tianhe sighed. You go back first. I know you want to apologize to him, but this matter was caused by me. I don't blame you. Grandfather. Mu Hao wanted to say something, but stopped. Go back. Mu Tianhe said with a face full of vicissitudes. Mu Hao clenched his fists and looked at the closed door. He slowly turned around and left. Mu Tianhe took a deep breath and knocked on the door of the courtyard. Master Mu Yu, may I come in? Mu Yu waved his hand, and the door of the courtyard opened automatically. Mu Tianhe staggered over and stood in front of Mu Yu with an awkward expression, seeming to be uneasy. Master Mu Yu, This is the account book for your 5 million spirit stones. Please take a look. Mu Tianhe bent over and handed the account book to Mu Yu. As for where he had spent the 5 million spirit stones that Mu Yu had given him, he clearly remembered every single one of them. Mu Tianhe looked at Mu Yu, who was drinking alone, and his face was full of guilt. He did not dare to speak loudly in front of his grandson and could only call him master. This was a very sad thing. Mu Yu also looked at Mu Tianhe. This old man had separated Mu Yu's parents due to his conceit when he was young, resulting in Mu Yu becoming an orphan. Mu Yu should have hated him, but Mu Yu had forgiven him the moment Mu Tianhe gave up his face. This old man had done everything to protect his family. Compared to the fallen planet Jupiter, this old man was more worthy of respect. Mu Tianhe had only made one mistake in his life. After planet Jupiter had fallen, he had wanted to redeem himself, but Yu Chochi's death had caused things to go beyond his control. Call me Mu Yu. Mu Yu was silent for a moment. He took the account book and placed it on the table. Sit. Master, I'll just stand, Mu Tianhe said uneasily. Sit. Mu Yu drank another cup of wine and repeated. Mu Tianhe hesitated for a moment before sitting down. He secretly sized up this grandson whom he had caused to become an orphan. He was so unfamiliar, so much so that he had used a special method to pull the Mu family back from the brink of destruction. Mu Tianhe knew that Mu Yu had done so because he could not let go. His grandson was the disciple of a true god, and his cultivation was unfathomable. As his grandfather, he should feel proud. However, he did not dare to have such thoughts because his grandson's achievements had nothing to do with him. The two unfamiliar grandfather-grandson pair remained silent for a long time. That was because they did not know what to say. After an unknown period of time, Mu Tianhe did not move, and Mu Yu only drank wine. There was so much wine in the bottle that it seemed like it would never be finished. The wine was indeed endless because Mu Yu had set up a spatial formation on the bottle and filled it with countless bottles of wine. Finally, Mu Tianhe broke the silence and said with a sigh, "I'm sorry." This was a belated apology, a full 20 years late. This apology dispersed some of the emotions in Mu Yu's heart. He knew that his grandfather's sorry was sincere. Old servant. You don't need to call me old servant in front of me. It sounds very awkward, Mu Yu said softly. Mu Tianhe pursed his lips. He did not understand what Mu Yu thought of him. Was it resentment or something else? He did not dare to hope that Mu Yu would forgive him because he had caused too much harm to Mu Yu. However, Mu Yu had chosen to help the Mu family. Was it you who told Mu how that he would rather die standing than live kneeling? Mu Yu suddenly asked. Mu Tianhe was startled. He did not understand why Mu Yu would suddenly ask this. He suddenly remembered that 20 years ago, Mu Tianhe had chosen to separate Mu Zhexing and Yu Chochi because of face. When Mu Yu had appeared as Mr. Yang, he had told Mu Tianhe to put down his face. Today, however, he had chosen to let Mu Hao die for the sake of his backbone and dignity. This was undoubtedly a laughable matter of face. Mu Tianhe was somewhat flustered. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taught Mu Hao those things. I'm not a good grandfather. I still value face too much. I should have asked Sikong Gaoming. Mu Yu shook his head. You misunderstand. Face and dignity are not the same. When you separated my parents, it was a matter of face. That was a kind of indescribable vanity. You wanted everyone in the Mu family to live in your way. You refused to put down your face and be a steward for others because of your vanity. Dignity is something that all of us need to uphold. It has nothing to do with vanity. It's a principle that cannot be lost. Mu Tianhe's face turned red. For a moment, he really did want to throw away his dignity and beg Sikong Gaoming for mercy, asking him to let everyone in the Mu family go. At that time, he thought that he was doing the right thing. Letting the Mu family live was the best choice. In short, to Mu Hao, you are a very good grandfather. The sons you taught all have a courage that is not afraid of death. Today, you kneeled in front of Sikong Gaoming, which means that you are no longer only thinking about your own face, but also your family. You didn't kneel, which means that you are a person with a backbone. Whether or not you kneeled in front of Sikong Gaoming, You are still someone worthy of my respect. Mu Yu slowly said. Mu Tianhe found that Mu Yu had seen through this matter so thoroughly. At that moment, he really didn't know what to do. He wanted to protect his family, but he also wanted to maintain his dignity. In the end, it was Mu Hao's courage that made him choose dignity. He thought that Mu Yu would angrily scold him for not caring about Mu Hao's life, just like how he didn't care about Mu Yu's life in the past. However, Mu Yu didn't. Mu Tianhe couldn't see through this strange grandson. After a while, Mu Tianhe laughed at himself and said, I know you hate me. It is only right that you hate me. I did wrong back then, but I didn't find an excuse for myself. If you hate me and want me to pay the price, then I only have one life left. If my death can make you feel better, then I will end my own life right now. I am willing to atone for my mistakes. Mu Tianhe lowered his head like a pitiful old man willing to use his life to make up for his past mistakes. He separated Mu Zhaxing and Zhu Qiuqi for the sake of the Mu clan. Now, he was willing to die to repay his grandson for the sake of the Mu clan. Mu Tianhe took out a dagger that was incomparably cold under the moonlight. He placed the dagger on the table and revealed a weak smile. If you hate me and don't want me to live, then I won't live. Mu Yu picked up the dagger and gently flicked it. It issued a crisp sound that echoed in the courtyard. Mu Tianhe looked at Mu Yu and said, If you don't want to do it, then I will do it myself. I know my death won't change anything, but at least it will allow you to vent the resentment in your heart. However, the dagger in Mu Yu's hand shattered into powder and dissipated with the wind. Why do you think I hate you? Do I have to hate you? Mu Yu retorted. You don't hate me? Mu Tianhe was startled. I separated your parents and left you homeless, right? Mu Yu smiled and shook his head. I have too many people to hate. I don't want to hate a few more. He hated that time had ascended to the heavens, hated that the heavens were not waiting for him, and hated the guardian of the three-layered palace. Everyone he hated was a powerful opponent. He had so many people to hate, but he didn't understand why he would hate someone who had never truly harmed him. I'm not homeless. I have my own master, my own senior and junior brothers, my own deadwood daddy, the people I like and the people who like me, and a few sincere friends. You made me an orphan, but you also gave me the life I like. I'm already very satisfied, so why would I want to live another life that doesn't exist? Mu Yu poured himself a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. Perhaps when Mu Yu was in the Mu family, he would have grown up with all kinds of adoration. He would have lived a life of luxury and lived a carefree life. However, this also meant that his current life had been reduced to nothing. He wouldn't be able to meet Tian Ran and Xiao Shui, who liked him. He wouldn't be able to meet Deadwood Daddy, who scolded and cared for him. He wouldn't be able to meet his master who taught him sword techniques. He wouldn't be able to meet the confused Xiao Shui and the honest Long Teng, and he wouldn't be able to meet Grandpa Village Chief who liked to deify him. Although there were regrets in his life, he wasn't willing to let the people he had met disappear. He might meet better people in another life, but it might also be worse. There were many things and people that Mu Yu didn't like to use maybe to replace. He cherished what he had now, so he didn't want to live an illusory maybe kind of life. There were no maybe in life. Thank you for forgiving me. Mu Tianhe nodded gratefully. He understood what Mu Yu meant. Mu Yu liked his current life and didn't want it to change. Many people would choose to make a scene if they encountered such a situation. They would choose to throw all kinds of tantrums, criticize, and ridicule. However, Mu Yu didn't do that. After being angered by Mu Hao's words, he still chose to forgive the Mu family. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Mu Tianhe stood up and staggered around. In the future, the entire Mu family will be yours. We will do whatever you want us to do. I'll take my leave. You don't have to apologize to me. You don't owe me anything. Mu Yu paused before continuing. Really, I don't blame you anymore, Grandpa. Mu Tianhe's body froze in place. What did you just call me? Mu Tianhe suddenly turned around and looked at Mu Yu with trembling eyes, thinking that he had misheard. Although those two words were just a form of address, it had an extraordinary meaning to Mu Tianhe. I will help the Mu family, Grandpa. Mu Yu smiled and poured himself another cup of wine. Chapter 5:15. In the Mu clan's courtyard, no one spoke. They were nervously waiting for Sikong Chiwon to come to their door. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. Sikong Chiwon's cultivation was too strong, causing the Mu clan to be on edge. However, the only young man who could help the Mu clan was leisurely sitting on a rock and playing with Mu Xin. Mu Xin didn't know what happened. She only knew that Big Brother Feng Mu was her big brother Mu Yu. She was very happy. Mu Hao was far away from Mu Yu, but his eyes didn't leave Mu Yu. Although Mu Tianhe told him that Mu Yu didn't blame him, he still didn't dare to go over. And Mu Yu was too lazy to pay attention to this hothead. "Don't touch these swallows. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear," Mu Yu said to Mu Xin. Ripples were constantly rippling in the surroundings. Many blue swallows were soaring in the surroundings, making crisp and clear sounds. This was his formation technique, swallows seize sound. It was specially used to make the enemy deaf. "Big brother Mu Yu, what else can you do? Can you do butterflies?" Mu Xin excitedly looked at the swallows and bounced around. Mu Yu faintly smiled. Countless white formation runes surged. Huge butterflies flapped their wings and circled around Mu Xin. Mu Xin happily ran around the courtyard, wanting to catch these butterflies. These butterflies were an illusion formation formed by his spirit energy. They didn't have any lethality. Mu Hao curiously stared at the swallows and butterflies. He had never seen a cultivator who could use spirit energy like this before. "Do you only know these little tricks?" Mu Hao couldn't help but ask. As soon as Mu Hao's voice fell, a huge black bear suddenly fell from the sky and pounced towards Mu Hao. "Little Hao!" Mu Rongxuan cried out in alarm. No one knew where this black bear came from, and they even wanted to take action to subdue it. But the black bear was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Mu Hao was pushed down. Mu Hao strangely screamed and held his head. But the black bear directly picked him up and roared at him. Finally, it used its nose to rub Mu Hao's face. You tricked me," Mu Hao said to Mu Yu in shock. "I know magic." Mu Yu shrugged. "If you're so scared of magic, what else do you want to learn?" Mu Rongxuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they realized that it was just a prank by Mu Yu. Mu Tianhe exclaimed in surprise, "I never knew you were an array formation master." "Yes, I learned a little bit," Mu Yu said casually. The sect leader of the formation glyph sect actually said that he had only learned a little bit. Everyone else would be ashamed to death. However, array masters were not very valued in the cultivation world. Everyone knew their weakness. As long as they could withstand one round of attacks, they would be powerless to continue. Their role was mostly in setting up all kinds of wonderful protective formations, which was something that everyone knew. But how could the sect leader of the formation glyph sect have such a weakness? Isn't it said that array formation masters generally can't compare to ordinary cultivators? Mu Hao struggled to get out of Black Bear's embrace, but Black Bear held him firmly. "How should I put it? In any case, no matter how bad it is, it's still better than you," Mu Yu said bluntly. "I'm just a child, what's there to compare with me?" Mu Hao said unconvinced. "Didn't you say that you're already an adult?" Mu Yu purposely said. Mu Hao's face flushed red, he snorted and didn't say anything. Mu Yu snapped his fingers and Black Bear turned into runes and disappeared. Mu Hao fell to the ground on his butt. He cursed as he got up and muttered, "You must be a fake Mu Yu. The real Mu Yu wouldn't treat me like this. The Mu Yu you worship is here right now. How different do you think I am from the Mu Yu in your imagination?" Mu Yu asked. Mu Hao muttered softly, "The Mu Yu in my imagination is powerful and domineering, hates evil, upholds justice, is valiant, elegant, and has a strong sense of justice. I have all of thee." Mu Yu tied at his collar and tried his best to make himself look like that. "You don't have any," Mu Hao replied softly. Mu Yu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She stroked her chest with her hand and resisted the urge to slap this bastard to death. She smiled and said, "You're really asking for a spanking, aren't you? Very good, I'm a magnanimous person and won't lower myself to your level." Mu Tianhe discovered that this grandson he had never met before was a very childish person. He was also a little surprised. He always thought that a true God's disciple would be a cold and aloof young man. He didn't expect him to be so easy to get along with. Not only him, the others also let out a sigh of relief when they saw Mu Yu being so easygoing. Mu Yu didn't blame the Mu family and was even willing to help them. For everyone, this was already the best result. However, at this moment, a heavy aura suddenly enveloped the entire Mu family courtyard, causing everyone to feel as if a large stone was pressing down on their hearts. Everyone was extremely shocked. They already understood that Sikong Chiwon had most likely come to find them. The terrifying pressure became stronger and stronger. Cold sweat had already covered the foreheads of all the Mu family members. Mu Xin even directly hugged Mu Yu. However, ripples suddenly appeared around them and merged into everyone's bodies. The sudden pressure instantly disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and then understood that Mu Yu had resolved the pressure. A gentle breeze blew past, and a young man stood in the Mu family courtyard. This young man wore a blue robe and his face was a little pale. However, just by standing there, he gave off the feeling of a violent storm. Mu Tianhe calmed himself down. The last time he saw Sikong Chiwon, he almost couldn't stand properly. However, this time, with Mu Yu here, he felt as if he was hiding in a house and all the violent storms were blocked outside. I never knew that a true God's disciple was an array master. Sikong Chiwon looked at Mu Yu indifferently. Mu Yu was still sitting on the stone without moving. When Mu Xin saw Sikong Chiwon, a trace of panic appeared on her face. Clearly, she had a deep shadow of Sikong Chiwon. She buried her head in Mu Yu's chest. "There are many things you don't know," Mu Yu said indifferently. "Where is my father?" Sikong Chiwon asked coldly. Mu Yu waved his hand and dragged the battered Sikong Chiwon out of the house. Sikong Chiwon caught him. "Are you the one who beat my father like this?" Sikong Chiwon frowned. He carefully checked his father's injuries. They were very serious and would take a long time to recover. "He bullied my family. I'm lucky that I didn't kill him." Mu Yu's cultivation was only in the 9th layer of out-of-body realm, but he wasn't afraid of Sikong Chiwon who was in the spirit-severing realm. Sikong Chiwon gave him a strong feeling, but he wasn't invincible. "Chiwon, kill him for father." Sikong Gaoming's teeth were knocked out. When he spoke, his mouth was full of air. Sikong Chiwon ignored his father. He couldn't see through this person who was younger than him. "You're from the Mu family?" "Yes. Next time I see my family being bullied, it won't be as simple as knocking out a few teeth." Mu Yu glanced at his family and said firmly. Sikong Chiwon's expression was very calm. "You're not simple. You're only in out-of-body realm, but you make me feel threatened." Sikong Chiwon's words shocked Mu Tianhe. He glanced at Mu Yu again. Sikong Chiwon was in the spirit-severing realm, but he was afraid of out-of-body realm Mu Yu. Was his grandson really that powerful? Mu Yu wasn't the same as before. He had powerful formations and swordsmanship. It was hard to say who would win if they fought. Even if Sikong Chiwon could suppress Mu Yu with his cultivation, he would have to pay a price to win. Mu Yu was very confident about this. "Do you want to fight with me now?" Mu Yu wasn't afraid. Tian Bushui, who was ranked higher than Sikong Chiwon, was his enemy. If he didn't even have the ability to defeat Sikong Chiwon, how could he deal with Tian Bushui? "Not now, but on the 6th of June. I'll fight with you after I defeat Tian Bushui." A purple light flashed across Sikong Chiwon's eyes. "By then, many people from the cultivation world will come to Clearwater City. Wouldn't it be better if I defeat both of you in front of everyone?" Sikong Chiwon's tone was very arrogant. In his eyes, Tian Bushui wasn't his opponent at all. As for Mu Yu, he was just famous. "You're so confident that you can defeat Tian Bushui? Even if you defeat Tian Bushui, do you think you still have the energy to fight with me?" Mu Yu sneered. "Your ranking is too low. I'm enough to deal with both of you." Sikong Chiwon's arrogance was obvious. He glanced at Mu Tianhe and the rest and said, "As for the rest of the Mu family, they might be able to live until the 7th of June. Mu Tianhe's expression changed. He was furious, but he couldn't answer Sikong Chiwon. If Mu Yu lost, The Mu family wouldn't be able to survive in Sikong Chiwen's hands. I think the Mu family will live to 100 years old. Mu Yu's eyes flashed with black and white light. His aura wasn't inferior to Sikong Chiwen's. The destruction of the Mu family is inevitable. My father wants the Mu family to be destroyed. Sikong Chiwen said faintly. A gust of wind blew and Sikong Chiwen disappeared with his father. Sikong Chiwen was a dark horse. He didn't want to attack Mu Yu today because Clearwater City was too remote. Even if he defeated Mu Yu now, only the Mu family would know. News of his battle with Tian Bushui had already spread throughout the cultivation world. By then, many people would come to Clearwater City to watch the battle between the two of them. By then, if he defeated Tian Bushui and the true God's disciple, he would be famous. If Sikong Chiwen wanted to attack Mu Yu, it wouldn't take too long. Mu Yu, I think the Mu family should leave Clearwater City as a group. Mu Tianhe said worriedly. Don't worry, grandfather. With me around, nothing will happen to the Mu family. Mu Yu smiled. He wouldn't run away from anything. His real target was Tian Bushui. But I'm worried that you'll be alone. He's not alone. Mu Zhexing walked in slowly from the door. His expression was somewhat tired, but incomparably resolute. Chapter 516. Fourth Brother. Mu Rongxuan was pleasantly surprised. Mu Mingda and Mu Jitong also looked happily at their younger brother. They didn't expect Mu Zhexing to return at this time. Mu Zhexing's cultivation was the highest among the four brothers, even higher than Mu Tianhe's. But he chose to indulge in wine and didn't do anything for the Mu family in 20 years. Mu Zhexing's clothes were very ordinary. He didn't look drunk like he used to, and he didn't smell of alcohol. He looked at Mu Yu, who was still sitting on the stone, trying to find something different about this stranger. But Mu Yu didn't look at him, only at Mu Xin on his lap. At this moment, Mu Xin was happily stroking Little Handsome in her arms, while Little Handsome was snoring in boredom. After a long silence, Mu Zhexing said, "You are Mu Yu? Where did you know?" Mu Yu had told this news to Sikong Gaoming's two guards yesterday. Other than that, only the Mu family knew. Mu Zhexing didn't follow the Mu family back to the Mu residence from the cemetery. No one knew where he went until today. There are rumors that the true God's disciple, Mu Yu, has returned to the Mu family, Mu Zhexing said. That's fast, Mu Yu said. Sikong Chiwen didn't expect the two of them to spread the news. However, this was something that would happen sooner or later. This was because Sikong Chiwen wanted to defeat Mu Yu in front of everyone to prove himself. Naturally, he would let more people know about this. So you are my son? Mu Zhexing stared at Mu Yu, a fire burning in his deep eyes. Mu Yu didn't answer him. Mu Rongxuan wanted to say yes, but Mu Tianhe stopped him. If Mu Yu didn't want to answer this kind of question, no one else should interfere. There was a long silence. Do you know everything about the matter? Do you know who caused all of this? Mu Zhexing saw that Mu Yu didn't answer and continued to ask. Mu Zhexing looked at his father and found that Mu Tianhe was also looking at him, his eyes full of guilt. I know. Mu Yu didn't hide anything. Mu Rongxuan told him the truth. I left a mark on my child's stone. Only I know. Where is your genealogy stone? Before Mu Zhexing and Zhu Qiuqi eloped, Zhu Qiuqi was already pregnant. Mu Zhexing secretly dug out a blue stone below his name on the genealogy stone and made a mark. Mu Yu pulled the stone on his neck and threw it. When Mu Zhexing saw the mark on the stone, his body suddenly trembled. His eyes turned red. That was indeed a child he had never met before. For 20 years, he didn't know where his son was. Even when Zhu Qiuqi came back alone 18 years ago, she didn't tell him where his son was. He didn't expect his son to find him. I'm sorry, I didn't do my job. Mu Zhexing returned the stone to Mu Yu. He turned his head and looked at Mu Tianhe, the father who caused him to lose his family. His eyes were still full of anger. Mu Tianhe avoided Mu Zhexing's gaze. He didn't have the face to face his son. Mu Zhexing looked at Mu Yu again and asked, "Do you know that Mu Tianhe caused all of this?" Mu Tianhe's heart ached. His son hadn't spoken to him for 20 years. He didn't expect that when he finally woke up, he still hadn't forgiven him and called him by his name in front of everyone. Mu Tianhe knew that he wasn't a good father and had let down the two people in front of him. Mu Yu didn't look at Mu Zhouxing, but looked at Mu Tianhe. This old man might have gone overboard in the past, but now he had won Mu Yu's respect. Mu Yu had said that when Mu Tianhe put down his pride, he would treat him as a member of the Mu family. So when Mu Tianhe decided to become Mr. Yang's butler, Mu Yu had forgiven him. "He's my grandfather," Mu Yu said without looking up. Mu Zhouxing paused and clenched his fists. "What about me? You're not my father," Mu Yu said simply. Mu Zhouxing wouldn't forgive his father. Mu Yu wouldn't forgive his father either. Mu Tianhe was anxious. He was even more surprised by Mu Yu's words than Mu Zhouxing. Because he was the source of the conflict between father and son. If Mu Yu was unwilling to forgive someone, then that person should be him, not Jupiter Star. But now, Mu Yu had forgiven him, the culprit, but refused to forgive Mu Yu's father. This made Mu Zhouxing panic and confused. Mu Tianhe said anxiously, "Mu Yu, he's your father. You can refuse to acknowledge me as your grandfather, but you can't deny that he's your father." Mu Tianhe had always wanted to make it up to his son and grandson. "Grandfather, it's not your fault. I don't like people who run away from reality." Mu Yu still didn't look at Mu Zhouxing. In his heart, his father was Deadwood Daddy. Everything Deadwood Daddy had done was in line with a father's responsibility. Mu Zhouxing's chest heaved. He had hated his father for 20 years because of his wife and son. Now, his wife was legitimate and he had found his son, but the conflict between them couldn't be resolved. The words running away from reality hurt him deeply. "What will it take for you to forgive me?" Mu Zhouxing looked at his unfamiliar son. "When you forgive yourself." Mu Yu patted Xiaoxin's head. Many things weren't a matter of who forgave who. It was a matter of one's own inability to overcome the hurdle. Mu Zhouxing felt a deep sense of guilt toward his wife and son, and turned to hate his father. He couldn't forgive Mu Tianhe, and he couldn't forgive himself. He thought it was his own incompetence that had failed to protect his wife and son. But Mu Yu didn't continue to blame Mu Tianhe, the source of all this, which made Mu Zhouxing very angry. "Why did you forgive Mu Tianhe?" Mu Zhouxing's voice was laced with anger. "Grandfather let go of his pride, so I forgave him. It was his past pride that caused this situation. Now that he's no longer that person, I have no reason to blame him." Mu Yu kept looking at Mu Tianhe and didn't want to look at Mu Zhouxing. His eyes were clear, and his tone was calm. "I was an orphan for so many years. I should hate him the most, not you." Mu Tianhe opened his mouth, shame filling his chest. Mu Yu should have been the one with the least reason to forgive him, but he was forgiven by Mu Yu. "You're the one who should hate him the most," Jupiter Star muttered under his breath. As an orphan, Mu Yu grew up under the strange gazes of others, and endured the ridicule of others. Only Mu Yu knew the pain in his heart. Mu Zhouxing couldn't understand because he chose to escape and become an alcoholic. But Mu Yu's words made Mu Zhouxing realize that if there was anyone who should hate Mu Tianhe the most, it wasn't him, but Mu Yu. When Mu Yu forgave Mu Tianhe, he had no reason to continue hating him. Mu Zhouxing's entire body trembled, and he clenched his fists. "I understand." Mu Zhouxing took a deep breath, and then slowly walked in front of Mu Tianhe. Looking at Mu Tianhe's aged face, he had mixed feelings. Mu Tianhe also looked at his son, his eyes full of guilt. No matter what conflicts they had, they were still father and son. Mu Zhouxing had watched Mu Tianhe toil for the family for so many years, and even watched coldly when the Mu family moved into the cemetery. He thought he could take revenge on his father. But when he moved into the cemetery, he didn't feel the thrill of revenge, only a trace of sadness and even shame. Yes, Mu Zhouxing was ashamed. He had already forgiven Mu Tianhe that night in the cemetery. He had always chosen to stand by and watch the Mu family's affairs. He thought that everything was caused by his father, but that day made him realize that he was the cause of the Mu family's decline. He was very talented, but he chose to be a bystander, and let his father struggle for the survival of the Mu family at such an old age. Mu Tianhe had always sought Mu Zhouxing's forgiveness, but Mu Zhouxing chose to ignore him. Now, he knew it was time for him to come back. Mu Zhouxing fell to his knees and kowtowed. "Father." The word father made Mu Tianhe cry again. He reached out a trembling hand and helped Mu Zhouxing up. "Good. Good. Good." Mu Zhouxing sighed softly. "Mu Yu chose to forgive you. I have no reason to hate you. Mu Yu and I will take care of the Mu family from now on. No, we all have a share in the Mu family's responsibility." Mu Tianhe patted Mu Zhouxing's shoulder and looked around at everyone. "Yes. We all have a share." Mu Rongxuan and the other two nodded. "Me too. Me too." Mu Xin shouted happily. Mu Hao also nodded at the side. Mu Yu smiled, his heart at ease. Some people and some things didn't need to be said too clearly. If the Mu family wanted to rise, it wasn't enough to rely on him alone. Unity was the best way to rise. Ever since Deadwood Daddy's accident, he no longer had any pretentious thoughts. So he always looked at things from a long-term perspective and hid his pretentiousness. He didn't kill Sikong Gaoming directly because he was afraid that the Mu family would be implicated like Deadwood Daddy. He would kill Sikong Gaoming, but not now. He would kill him after defeating Sikong Chiwen. He had lived alone for so many years without his parents. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have any resentment. But when he admitted that he was a member of the Mu family, he realized that the focus of the Mu family's conflict was on him. He couldn't stay out of it. If the Mu family could be reunited because of his forgiveness, then he would choose to disperse the resentment. Many times, resentment wasn't the best solution. Mutual understanding was the way to go. Mu Yu was an optimistic person, so he would use optimistic methods to deal with problems. Mu Zhouxing looked at Mu Yu and asked softly, "Have you forgiven me now?" Chapter 5:17. The bright moon hung in the sky, covering the earth with a layer of gauze. It was so light. At this moment, the tranquil Mu family courtyard was like a dragon that was gradually recovering. There was an indescribable aura slowly gathering. It was the aura of unity of the Mu family. They wanted to bring the Mu family back to prominence and establish a foothold in Clearwater City. Mu Yu sat alone in the courtyard with a bottle of wine in front of him. After coming to Clearwater City, he really fell in love with the feeling of drinking. It was a very strange feeling. He used to occasionally drink with Ellie. Ellie was an alcoholic, but he wasn't. He didn't like drinking in the past. Mu Zhouxing sat silently across from him. Looking at his son, he had mixed feelings. His long-lost son was suddenly found in this way. As a father, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to express his emotions. He didn't know what kind of person his son was. Mu Zhouxing wanted to know how Mu Yu had survived all these years, but he didn't dare to ask. When Mu Yu needed him the most, he wasn't by his side. He felt that he had no right to ask about Mu Yu's past. "Do you drink?" Mu Yu broke the silence. "I quit." Mu Zhouxing shook his head. Mu Yu poured himself a cup. "But I've recently fallen in love with drinking." Mu Zhouxing smiled. "You look very much like her. I felt it on the first day you came to the Mu residence. Is that why you came to my courtyard to sleep that day?" Mu Yu asked. On the first day, Mu Zhouxing hugged a bottle of wine and lay silently in front of Mu Yu's door. He didn't even greet him. "I just wanted to make sure. I thought it was just a coincidence. Plus, Xiaoxin trusts strangers too easily. I don't want anything to happen to her," Mu Zhouxing said. The moonlight was very peaceful. It shone on the two of them. "Do you want to know about your mother?" Mu Zhouxing asked. Mu Yu was silent. He did not have any memories of Zhu Qiuqi in his mind. When Mu Yu was 2 years old, Zhu Qiuqi left Flowing Water Village without saying goodbye. Zhu Qiuqi left while Mu Yu was sleeping. She did not say goodbye to Mu Yu. From then on, he followed the village chief. He didn't have any thoughts about this mother he had never met before. Perhaps there was, but it would never be longing. "Go ahead." Mu Yu didn't want to know about Zhu Qiuqi, but he still responded politely. He didn't want to know because he didn't understand what kind of situation would make a mother abandon her son to meet her husband alone. Mu Zhaxing could tell that his son held a grudge against his mother, but he still said it anyway. It was as if he was saying it for Mu Yu, but also for himself. Thinking of that woman, a smile appeared on Jupiter Star's face. Chochi was a girl from an ordinary family. She was kind-hearted and very talented in cultivation. When I was young, I liked to drink without using spiritual power to protect myself. I liked the feeling of being drunk, so I didn't use my spiritual power to force out the alcohol. If I didn't use my spiritual power to protect myself, I would get drunk like an ordinary person. That day, I passed out in front of her house. She was kind enough to take me in for the night. A look of nostalgia appeared on Mu Zhaxing's face. She used her spiritual power to dispel the smell of alcohol from my body. I was very angry when I woke up, but she grabbed my ear and warned me not to get drunk again. Only then did I know that I vomited all over her house after I got drunk. Even my clothes were dirty. In the end, she had to wash them. The first time I met her, she taught me a lesson. But the way she taught me a lesson was really interesting, so I secretly memorized her address. After that, I purposely got drunk and passed out in front of her house several times. Are you a scoundrel? Mu Yu's lips curled into a smile. You could say that. Every time I passed out, she would take me in and then grab my ear and warn me not to get drunk again. After a while, I fell in love with her and we got together just like that. After we got together, I rarely drank because she didn't like the way I drank. Then, we had you. Mu Zhaxing met Zhu Chochi through drinking, but he gave up his favorite wine because of Zhu Chochi. But at that time, I was the young master of the Mu family. My cultivation talent was second to none in Clearwater City. My future was immeasurable and I was married to the Yang family. I didn't dare to tell your grandfather. I knew that he would never allow me to be with an ordinary girl. At that time, we were both in the nascent soul stage. We agreed to leave Clearwater City. I chose to run away from the marriage. I secretly dug out a piece of bluestone. This is a tradition of the Mu family. Every member of the Mu family must have this piece of bluestone. But my father found out and caught us personally. The two of us kept running away from Clearwater City, but he caught up with us in the end. I begged him to let us go and told him that we already had a child of our own. But because I ran away from the marriage, a huge business deal between the Mu and Yang families fell through. My father lost face in front of the Yang family. He was furious and wanted to abort my child himself. I could only let Chochi escape alone. I was caught by my father. A trace of anger appeared on Mu Zhaxing's face, but it quickly disappeared. Now that everything had been settled, there was nothing to pursue. Back then, Mu Tianhe regretted it. He was just angry. He didn't really want to kill his grandson. He only wanted to threaten Mu Zhaxing to return. Where did you escape to? Mu Yu asked. Near Misty Breath City. There is a remote area north of Misty Breath City called Moyun Mountain Range. That's all I know. I don't know where Chochi took you. After I returned, he imprisoned me. He wanted me to inherit the family business, but I refused and rebelled against him in a drunken manner. 2 years later, Chochi had already given birth to you. You were 2 years old. I saw Chochi, but in front of my father. She was afraid that my father would kill you, so she refused to tell me where you were. Mu Yu looked at his father and said, she loved you so much that she chose to abandon me to meet you. Abandon her son to meet her husband. Mu Yu still couldn't figure it out. Mu Zhaxing shook his head. When she met me, I noticed that something was wrong with her. She seemed to be missing something, but I couldn't tell what it was. Later, my father told me that he invited an alchemist from the Danding sect to diagnose her. That alchemist said that Chochi's 5 elements were severely lacking in wood. The wood elemental energy in her body seemed to have a gap and was constantly leaking out. This was very abnormal. I didn't know what the problem was. Severely lacking in wood in the 5 element. It was like a clap of thunder that exploded in Mu Yu's mind. Mu Yu's mouth fell open. He suddenly understood something. It wasn't anyone else who had caused his mother's death, But himself, his 5 elements were wood, and he was severely lacking in 4 elements. If he guessed correctly, his mother's death was inseparable from the power of the wood human in his body. It was very likely that he had destroyed the balance of the 5 elements in Chochi's body. Mu Yu thought of Qiao Shui. The woman he saw in Qiao Shui's memories wasn't her biological mother, but her stepmother. Her mother had passed away a long time ago. Qiao Shui had told Mu Yu that she was the one who had caused her mother's death. So that was what had happened. In that case, Cheng Yang, Luo Shong, and Xiong Nan had all caused their mother's death, just like him. Mu Yu's heart was in turmoil. The source of his orphanage was actually himself, and also the power of Spirit Lord Mu Yuman in his body. If he had been a normal child, his mother wouldn't have died. His mother would have accompanied him as he grew up and then brought him to Jupiter. Mu Yu thought that Chochi had left him because she loved her husband more than she loved him. Now, he understood that Chochi had felt that she was going to die soon. She wanted to see her husband one last time before she died. She wanted to entrust Mu Yu's whereabouts to her husband and ask about Mu Tianhe's intentions. She was worried that if Mu Tianhe didn't acknowledge Mu Yu as his grandson, Mu Yu would be killed by Mu Tianhe if she brought him along. She knew that she didn't have long to live. There was no place for Mu Yu in Qingshui City, so she could only leave him in Qingshui Village and let the village chief take care of him. Chochi went to the Mu family in Qingshui City alone. She wanted to secretly tell her husband about this, but in the end, she didn't dare to say it in front of Mu Tianhe. She also couldn't tell her husband about her son's whereabouts. Chochi thought that she could hold on, but her life was still taken away by the lack of wood element. This death came too suddenly, and Chochi wasn't prepared at all. "I'm sorry," Mu Yu murmured. He had always been brooding about his mother abandoning him, but now he realized that many things were never as simple as they seemed. "What are you sorry for? We should be the ones saying sorry, right?" Mu Zhixing sighed. "When your mother and I met, she told me that she hoped that you could be with the person you love, and not return to the Mu family like I did and become a sacrifice for the family." Mu Yu was silent. He had misunderstood his mother. Chochi left him in Qingshui Village not only to protect him, but also because she hoped that he could choose his own life. Mu Yu did choose his own life. He liked the people who cared about him in this life. A child chosen by fate had such a difficult life. The night wind blew through the willow trees, rustling them. Only the crickets could be heard chirping. A dark cloud floated in the sky, covering the moon. There were no more voices in the yard, and it fell into silence once more. Mu Zhixing was immersed in his memories of Chochi, while Mu Yu was in a state of confusion. Mu Yu didn't know how to view this matter, because Xie Bulao once said that the 5 of them were born with 4 of the 5 elements missing. They would die soon after birth. The 5 spirit lords Yumeng chose their constitutions and attached themselves to them, allowing them to live. But Mu Yu now understood that if he lived, his mother would have to pay with her life. This was a very cruel choice. Regardless of whether Mu Tianhe had separated Mu Zhixing and his wife, Zhu Chochi and Mu Yu were destined to die. It was only because of the invasion of Spirit Lord Mu Yumeng that Mu Yu was able to survive. Mu Yu didn't know who to hate anymore. Perhaps his existence was a mistake from the beginning. Let's not talk about the past. Let it go. Live well for your mother. We need to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Mu family. Mu Zhixing sighed. I will live well for my mother. Mu Yu pursed his lips. The life he had now was exchanged for by Chochi's life. His mother's life was in his body, so he had to live well. But then he thought, how could the life in his body be so simple? When the underworld grass was about to swallow him, Deadwood's father used blood cover the sky to exchange his life for Mu Yu's. He also prevented Mu Yu from being harmed by the white world. Deadwood's father's life also flowed in his body. With so many people protecting Mu Yu in various ways, he had no reason not to work hard. I will, Mu Yu silently repeated. He was a child who was deeply loved. Fate was playing tricks on him, but many people were helping him. It was late at night, and the wind blew even harder. Mu Zhixing suddenly picked up Mu Yu's wine cup and drank it in one gulp. You said you've stopped drinking. I see her shadow in you. I want to get drunk one last time. After getting drunk one last time in front of his son, he would never get drunk again. Chapter 5:18. Clearwater City was remembered by the cultivation world because of Seekong Chiwon's sudden appearance. However, recently, Clearwater City was in an uproar because of another incident. Mu Yu suddenly appeared from the Mu family, which was almost destroyed by the Seekong family, and pulled the Mu family back from the brink of destruction. No one would have thought that the true god's disciple, Mu Yu, was actually a wandering disciple of the Mu family in Clearwater City. However, another piece of news came out that Seekong Chiwon was going to challenge both Mu Yu and Tian Buchi on the 6th of June. Seekong Chiwon was so arrogant that he thought he could defeat the true god's disciple after defeating Tian Buchi. Many people thought that Seekong Chiwon was too arrogant. It wasn't certain who would win the battle between him and Tian Buchi, but he dared to challenge both of them at the same time. However, many people thought that Seekong Chiwon might really have the ability to do so. This was because he went from a nobody to the 51st extreme immortal. This wasn't due to luck, but because he had the foundation of strength. Whether it was Seekong Chiwon, Tian Buchi, or Mu Yu, the three of them were extremely famous in the cultivation world. This was especially true for the true god's disciple, Mu Yu. In everyone's eyes, he was a person who could create miracles. Although he was only ranked 80th on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard, no one dared to underestimate him. Some people even thought that Mu Yu had a higher chance of defeating Seekong Chiwon. The true god's disciple had done countless things in the cultivation world, and they always gave people unexpected results. The battle between the three of them had attracted more and more self-cultivators to Clearwater City. This oasis city in the desert was destined to not be peaceful. In the Mu family's courtyard, Mu Tianhe and the others looked anxiously at Mu Yu, who was sitting by the bed. There was another person lying on the bed. It was the genius of the Mu family, Mu Qingfan, who had been knocked unconscious by Seekong Chiwon. Mu Qingfan was handsome and was only 2 years older than Mu Yu. Mu Yu, can Qingfan be saved? Mu Mingda asked with a face full of hope. Mu Mingda was Mu Yu's uncle, as well as Mu Qingfan's biological father. His son had been lying in bed for several months and had not moved at all. It was as if he had fallen into a state of deep sleep. No matter how many famous doctors he had invited, they were all helpless. He didn't know what method Seekong Chiwon had used to beat Mu Qingfan into such a state. Mingda, don't worry. Mu Yu is the disciple of a true god and also the successor of the Pill Cauldron sect's Deadwood Evergreen. He definitely has a way. Don't disturb him. Mu Tianhe quickly berated. Before Mu Yu returned, Mu Qingfan was the #1 genius of the Mu clan and had even entered the Supreme Immortal leaderboard. Everyone in Clearwater City knew about him. He was supposed to be the hope of the Mu clan, but he had never expected that Seekong Chiwon would severely injure him, directly destroying the hope of the Mu clan. You guys wait outside. I'll check on him first, Mu Yu said. Okay. Mu Tianhe quickly nodded. Then, he chased everyone out and closed the door. Mu Mingda was very anxious. His son had been beaten to such a state, but as his father, he couldn't do anything. He originally wanted to stay, but he was also chased away by Mu Tianhe. Mu Yu carefully probed his spirit energy into Mu Qingfan's body. It flowed through his meridians, trying to find the source of Mu Qingfan's illness. However, after his spirit energy flowed through Mu Qingfan's body, it was unobstructed. Mu Qingfan didn't suffer any hidden injuries. He was perfectly fine. He's not injured. Why is he unconscious? Mu Yu frowned and stared at Mu Qingfan's face. There was a faint murderous aura between his eyebrows. He didn't know what it was. Little Shuai, what do you think? Mu Yu asked. Little Shuai jumped from Mu Yu's shoulder to Mu Qingfan's chest. He squatted down and knocked on Mu Qingfan's chest, then touched Mu Qingfan's forehead. He swung his big tail and said, "There is a very strange and powerful demonic power in his body. It is this demonic power that deprived his consciousness, causing him to be in a deep sleep." Demonic force? You mean a demon? Mu Yu didn't understand. Seekong Chiwon did this to him. How can there be demonic force? Sikong Chiwon definitely wasn't a demon. There was no doubt about this. There were demons on the Supreme Immortal ranking as well. However, if Sikong Chiwon was a demon in disguise, he wouldn't be able to fool the ranking. The ranking would record this person's detailed information on the Supreme Immortal tablet. The tablet would show whether Sikong Chiwon was a human or a demon. It was impossible for people not to know. I don't know. His consciousness isn't here. It has been taken away by someone. Little Shuai said. Taken away consciousness? Consciousness can be taken away. Isn't consciousness a person's soul? Can he still live without a soul? Mu Yu asked. Little Shuai shook his head. Consciousness is different from a person's soul. Haven't you experienced it yourself? When that gomang in your body wakes up, you won't be able to control your body anymore. Gomang is a body of consciousness, not a soul. Anyway, just think of consciousness and soul as different things. This guy is like a vegetable right now. He can live but can't move on his own. Then how do we save him? Mu Yu asked. With Little Shuai's explanation, he more or less understood. He had experienced several times when his consciousness was suppressed by Gomang. His consciousness has left his body. He can only recover if we find his consciousness. Little Shuai jumped back onto Mu Yu's shoulder. Needless to say, the person who took away Mu Qingfan's consciousness was definitely Sikong Chiwon. He didn't know what method he used to take away a person's consciousness. It was like taking out a person's soul. However, taking out souls was something the gate of hell was best at. Once the soul left the body, the person would die. It was different from Mu Qingfan's situation. Usually, when one's consciousness fell into a deep sleep, they would slowly recover. However, if one's consciousness was taken away, they wouldn't be able to wake up. Looks like we have to think of a way to deal with Sikong Chiwon first. Mu Yu touched his forehead. The problem was beyond his imagination. He couldn't directly ask Sikong Chiwon for Mu Qingfan's consciousness. He would definitely refuse. Moreover, Sikong Chiwon was a severed soul extreme immortal. This was extremely disadvantageous for Mu Yu. Mu Yu opened the door and walked out. Everyone from the Mu family was anxiously waiting for him. Seeing him come out, they quickly surrounded him. How is it? Is Qingfan okay? Mu Tianhe asked even more anxiously than Mu Mingda. Mu Yu shook his head. Mu Tianhe's face was filled with disappointment. If Mu Qingfan could wake up, then the Mu clan would have 4 out-of-body stage cultivators, including Mu Yu. This was a huge deterrent force in Clearwater City. It was a pity that even Mu Yu was helpless. Mu Mingda also sighed heavily and said, "Is there really no other way? The way to wake him up is with Sikong Chiwon. I'll go find him." Mu Yu said. Although Mu Qingfan and Mu Yu had never met and didn't know each other, they were still his cousins. He couldn't just sit by and watch. Find Sikong Chiwon? No, you're not his match. Mu Zixing shook his head. Yes, we need to think about this. Mu Tianhe hurriedly said. He really wanted to wake Mu Qingfan up, but he also didn't want Mu Yu to put herself in danger just to save Mu Qingfan. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Now isn't the time. Next, the Mu family will take back what belongs to us from Sikong Chiwon. Mu Yu said slowly. Not only did he have to take back Mu Qingfan's consciousness, but he also had to take back some of the properties that the Sikong family had seized from the Mu family. Mu Tianhe nodded. Many businesses in Clearwater City were originally under the management of the Mu family. However, because of Sikong Chiwon's appearance, those businesses chose to change sides. Now that the Mu family had a true God's disciple to rely on, those businesses would definitely reconsider whether they should choose the Mu family or the Sikong family. Mingda, pull yourself together. Mu Yu will think of a way to solve Qingfan's problem. The Mu family needs to rise again. Only then can we avenge Qingfan. Mu Tianhe patted Mu Mingda's shoulder. Mu Mingda clenched his fist and said, Mu Yu, I'll leave Qingfan's matter to you. I'll do my best to help the Mu family take back their properties. Then I'll start with the spiritual stone bank. The bank is a property that cannot be lost. That piece of land was taken away by the Jiyu family, right? Mu Yu pondered for a moment before asking. Yes, we did give the bank to the Jiyu family to repay the debt. The spiritual stone bank is very important to the Mu family. Mu Tianhe said. Mu Hao hid behind his father and kept sneaking glances at Mu Yu. His gaze was erratic. When he heard Mu Yu suddenly mention the Jiyu family, his face flushed red. The humiliation from the Jiyu family was still fresh in his mind. Of course it's important. Those who dared to bully my younger brother have to pay the price. Let's go, silly. Big brother will take you there. Mu Yu walked over and patted Mu Hao's shoulder. Mu Hao raised his head and looked at this brother that he had always disliked. He moved his mouth and said, I have nothing to do with the Jiyu family anymore. I don't want to go. How can you have nothing to do with them? In the past, you only said that you looked down on Jiyu Qiaowei. She is still your future wife in name because of the engagement. Someone who is disrespectful to our grandfather is not worthy of being our Mu family's daughter-in-law. Big brother will take you to divorce her. Mu Yu raised his eyebrows and said domineeringly. Big brother will take you to divorce her. Mu Hao opened his mouth. He did not expect Mu Yu to suddenly say this. His heart jumped with joy. He turned his head and asked Mu Tianhe, Grandfather, can I divorce her? Mu Tianhe smiled and rubbed Mu Hao's head. Go divorce her. Grandfather will not arrange any marriages for our Mu family in the future. You can pursue whoever you like. Grandfather will not interfere anymore. Mu Tianhe had already thought it through. The so-called marriage would not be of any help to the Mu family when they were in danger. Just like this time, when the Sikong family was suppressing the Mu family, all the other families avoided them for fear of being implicated by the Mu family. No one dared to extend a hand to help the Mu family. They even used all sorts of methods to make things worse for the Mu family. With this lesson, Mu Tianhe had already seen the disadvantages of a marriage alliance. Without absolute power, a marriage alliance was useless. Rather than that, it was better to let nature take its course. Everyone had the right to pursue the person they liked. He had no right to deprive them. Mu Hao revealed a brilliant smile. It was Mu Yu's first time seeing him smile so happily. Chapter 519. In the main hall of the Jiyu family, Jiyu Hongyi was very uneasy facing the sudden arrival of the three people. Family head Jiyu, I'm here today because of an incident. Mu Tianhe looked at Jiyu Hongyi and patted Mu Hao's shoulder. Jiyu Hongyi looked at Mu Tianhe, who was humiliated by him, then at Mu Hao, who was engaged to his daughter. Finally, his gaze landed on the young man standing behind Mu Tianhe. Jiyu Hongyi's pupils constricted. Over the past few days, the rumor that the true god's disciple was a member of the Mu clan had spread like wildfire in Clearwater City. From the looks of it, this young man was most likely Mu Yu. Jiyu Hongyi was filled with regret. Jiyu Hongyi hurriedly said, Uncle Mu, don't worry about the bank. We're just taking over on your behalf. These are the deeds and accounts of the Mu family's Spirit Stones Bank. We'll return them to you. Jiyu Hongyi's deceased father and Mu Tianhe were family friends. He had arranged the marriage between Mu Hao and Jiyu Qiaowei long ago. However, when the Mu family was being suppressed by the Sikong family, Jiyu Hongyi couldn't wait to cut ties with the Mu family in order to please the Sikong family. Not only did he hit the Mu family when they were down, but he also wanted to cancel the marriage. However, who would have thought that the Mu family would have a true god's disciple at this time? He even saved the Mu family from the brink of destruction. It was too late for regrets. That was the disciple of true god Lu, Mu Yu. Mu Yu's reputation was too great. Although he had the halo of a true god's disciple, everyone had heard of the person Mu Yu before they knew his identity. Mu Yu didn't become famous because of the true god. He made a name for himself. If there wasn't the supreme immortal ranking, nobody would have known about the relationship between Mu Yu and a true god. Mu Yu was Mu Hao's younger brother and was engaged to Jiyu Qiaowei. It was a good opportunity to get close to her, but it was ruined by Jiyu Hongyi. Uncle, you don't have to. I don't deserve this title, Mu Tianhe said indifferently. Jiyu Hongyi's face turned red. He hurriedly said, "Uncle Moo, you're exaggerating. My father and you are old friends, aren't you? He kept telling me that you're a real. Don't you think it's too late to talk about friendship with me? Now, everything in our Moo clan is decided by my grandson, Moo Yu. You tell him." Moo Tianhe snorted and interrupted Jiyu Hongi. Jiyu Hongi glanced at Moo Yu with fear and trepidation. He hurriedly stood up and bowed with a smile. "Moo Yu, true God's disciple, I've heard a lot about you. I am Jiyu Hongi, your father's childhood playmate. What does my father's childhood playmate have to do with me? We're not here to talk nonsense with you. We're here for another matter," Moo Yu said indifferently. This guy was so arrogant when he was making things difficult for the Moo family. Now that he saw that the Moo family had someone backing him up, he turned around and wanted to talk about friendship. He was really shameless. Please speak, please speak. As long as I, Jiyu Hongi, can do it, I will definitely do it." Jiyu Hongi solemnly vowed. Moo Yu unceremoniously took away the Spirit Stonebank's land deed and said, "Of course you can do it. Today, I'm here to talk about my brother, Moo Hao's marriage." When Jiyu Hongi heard about marriage, his heart jumped. That day when he broke off the engagement, he was very ruthless. However, Jiyu Hongi still tried to lead the topic to a good direction. Marriage? Oh, right. That's right. That's right. Qiao Wei and nephew Moo Hao were indeed betrothed since they were young. Nephew Moo Hao is truly a talent. For my Qiao Wei to be able to marry nephew Moo Hao, it is Qiao Wei's fortune. Jiyu Hongi thought that Moo Yu was here to facilitate this marriage. Because large families valued face, in order to not be ridiculed, the Moo family might want to settle this matter as soon as possible. As long as this marriage was settled, then the Jiyu family would have found a solid backer in the future. "Little Hao, what to do is up to you." Moo Yu glanced at Jiyu Hongi with contempt. Moo Hao slowly took out a divorce letter from his bosom and handed it to Jiyu Hongi. He calmly said, "This is my divorce letter to Jiyu Qiaowei. Your Jiyu family has always wanted to cut ties with our Moo family. Now, it is as you wish. I, Moo Hao, will divorce the disrespectful Jiyu Qiaowei and officially kick her out of the Moo family. From now on, Jiyu Qiaowei and our Moo family will have nothing to do with each other." Jiyu Hongi was stunned. His face turned red and white, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Jiyu Qiaowei just happened to walk into the hall. When she heard Moo Hao's words, her face was filled with disbelief. "You're divorcing me?" Jiyu Qiaowei bit her teeth. "You are not worthy to be my Moo family's daughter-in-law. I don't like you." Moo Hao snorted and turned to leave. He no longer cared about Jiyu Qiaowei's expression. Moo Tianhe also stood up and followed Moo Hao out. "Patriarch Jiyu, I hope you will think twice before you do things in the future." Moo Yu swept his gaze over everyone in the Jiyu family, then turned to leave. Only the Jiyu family was left in dead silence. "How is it? Have you vented the anger in your heart?" Moo Yu asked with a smile. He no longer had the imposing manner from before. Moo Hao laughed. "Big brother Moo Yu, thank you. Now, quickly tell me what your big brother Moo Yu's image is like." "Handsome, confident, and elegant, powerful, and domineering. You can throw all the nice words you have at me. It's okay, I can take it." Moo Yu puffed out his chest. He liked it the most when this hothead blindly worshipped him. "It's just a big brother. Didn't you say to stop worshipping others?" Moo Hao touched his head and curled his lips. "I am your big brother, not others. You can worship me. I won't chase stars anymore. You can praise me, just like when you praised Moo Yu in front of me. What punishing evil, bursting with a sense of responsibility, valiant, invincible in the universe, Ultraman. No, I'm not a fan anymore. Praise me. Oh, damn it. You don't know what's good for you. You deserve a beating. Grandpa, big brother is bullying me." Moo Hao pulled Moo Tianhe's hand and hid behind him. He made a face at Moo Yu. "I really did bully you today." Moo Yu was extremely depressed. Seriously, why did he have to lecture this idiot about principles? Now, even his only brainless fan had become smart. Mu Tianhe looked at his two grandsons with gratification and laughed heartily. Although Mu Yu was like a child who never grew up, he knew more principles than anyone else. The way he handled things was even better. After Mu Hao received a blow, he was influenced by Mu Yu and changed his personality. With such a grandson, the Mu family's future was naturally bright. Let's go, Grandpa. Next, let's go to the One Signboard restaurant. That is Little Shin's favorite place to eat, so we can't disappoint her. Mu Yu raised his hand and gave Mu Hao a knock on the head, then leisurely said. The Mu family was destined to launch a desperate counterattack. Now, Mu Yu didn't lack money at all. In just 10 days, he used his resounding name and swift and decisive methods to take back half of the Mu family's assets. In the past 10 days, the news that the true god's disciple was going to fight with Sikong Chiwen had spread throughout the world of self-cultivators. The name Mu Yu was so famous in the world of self-cultivators that it shocked many people. Although he was still ranked 80th on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard, no one would simply treat him as the 80th Supreme Immortal. He disappeared for more than half a year. No one expected him to appear in the Mu family of Qingshui City, not to mention that Mu Yu was a member of the Mu family of Qingshui City. However, Mu Yu also directly said that he wanted to challenge the young master of the Heavenly Star sect. The heavens will not wait. In the cultivation world, no one knew about the hatred between Heaven Buwait and Mu Yu. However, it was rumored that Heaven Buwait's younger brother, Tianyun, had been taught a lesson by Mu Yu when he was at the second heaven. The conflict between the two was understandable. Many people were very interested in the battle between Sikong Chiwen, Mu Yu, and Heaven Buwait. More and more people headed to Qingshui City. In just a few days, Qingshui City was suddenly filled with self-cultivators dressed in all kinds of clothes. Suddenly, Qingshui City became very lively. On this day, an uninvited guest suddenly came to the Mu residence. A graceful woman in yellow stood at the entrance of the Mu residence. She frowned slightly as she looked at the entrance. This woman was graceful and alluring. She was graceful like a fairy, causing the guards of the Wood Manor to stare in awe. However, one of the servants came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Fairy, this is the Mu residence. Please don't barge in." The woman in yellow revealed a charming smile, which made the two servants fall head over heels for her. "I'm looking for Mu Yu." The woman in yellow smiled faintly. "Our young master Mu Yu is very busy. He won't see any guests." One of the servants said politely. Ever since the news of Mu Yu being a member of the Mu family spread, people would come to visit the Mu residence from time to time. They wanted to curry favor with the Mu family, but they were all rejected. In order to protect the Mu family from being harassed by outsiders, Mu Yu specially used a formation to protect the entire Mu family. As the leader of the formation glyph sect, he really didn't hold back when he set up the formation. It could effectively prevent self-cultivators from spying on the Mu family. "Just tell him that Yarrow sect's Ru Anna wants to see him," the woman in yellow said faintly. This charming woman was the Yarrow sect's Ru Anna. She was the person Mu Yu took advantage of. Although Mu Yu always thought that he was helping others, Ru Anna still held a grudge against him. He didn't expect Ru Anna to come here today. Yarrow sect. The servant was slightly shocked. The name of the 8 sects of the cultivation world was like thunder. Even a servant like him knew what the Yarrow sect meant. The Yarrow sect and the Red Dust sect were 2 sects that produced many beauties. Each of them had extraordinary strength and were as beautiful as fairies. Since she was a fairy from the Yarrow sect, they didn't dare to neglect her. "Fairy, please wait a moment. I'll go report to young Master Mu Yu." One of the servants hurriedly went in. The so-called busy Mu Yu was currently lying in the courtyard eating melon seeds and basking in the sun. Mu Hao was practicing his sword skills on the side. "Calm your mind. Don't hesitate when you attack. What do you look like when you're cowering?" Mu Yu scolded. "Like a girl," little Shui said while eating melon seeds. Mu Hao's face flushed red. He withdrew his sword and stabbed out again, leaving behind a series of explosions in the air. "This time, it looks like a girl's fancy boxing," Longting said lazily. Mu Yu shook his head and felt a headache coming on. Long Teng and Little Shuai's understanding of sword skills was much better than Mu Hao's. In order to let Mu Hao understand, he even used the Wind Zun Heart linking formation and told Mu Hao his understanding. Unfortunately, that kind of understanding was too profound for Mu Hao to understand. Mu Yu now realized how smart Little Shuai and Long Teng, these two guys who had nothing better to do, were. This was because the two of them had directly grasped the Heavenly Sword 9 draws through the Wind Zun Heart linking formation. It was fine that Little Shuai was used to block the spiritual Qi. Even Long Teng, this idle guy, could communicate with Mu Yu. Only this hothead couldn't. It was quite helpless. At this moment, a servant knocked on the door and reported respectfully, "Young Master Mu Yu, someone who claims to be the Yarrow sect's fairy Ru Anna requests an audience." Sometimes, its memory was even better than Mu Yu's. As for the Demon Beast Nutrition and Dietary Encyclopedia, it was as if it was personally created for it. It was extremely happy. "You should learn about formations. Let's see if you have the talent." Mu Yu directly threw the basic formation compendium that he got from the formation faction to Mu Hao. This book was given to him by Song Qingyu when he first went to the formation faction. Every day, Song Qingyu personally taught him the contents of the book. However, the withered tree had already forced Mu Yu to learn the contents, so he didn't touch this book much. But formation masters. Mu Hao was very reluctant. What's wrong with formation masters? Formation masters are the most powerful among the cultivators. Okay. What do you know? Mu Yu angrily scolded. "I know formation masters are very powerful, but formation masters are gone after the first round. Their disadvantages are too obvious." Mu Hao didn't like this kind of ability that couldn't be continued. "That's for other people. You have a very handsome brother. Don't tell me that your formation base can't meet the demand." Mu Yu had a lot of innate formation bases in his pocket. Ever since he had the Chaos Yin and Yang, he didn't use innate formation bases when he used transfer formations. He only used them when setting up fixed formations. The sect master of the Formation Talisman sect didn't lack innate formation bases. Mu Hao's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, "Brother, can you really take out so many innate formation bases?" Mu Yu directly raised his hand and threw out hundreds of innate formation bases, burying Mu Hao. "Cut the crap. I can guarantee that you won't have to worry about not having formation bases for the rest of your life. Hurry up and memorize the 8 trigrams for me." Mu Yu patted the dust off his clothes before standing up and leaving. "I'm so angry. You keep bullying me. I'll definitely tell Grandpa." Mu Hao cursed as he crawled out of the innate formation bases. He originally wanted to complain, but when he saw the ground full of innate formation bases, his eyes widened. Ru Anna was invited to the Mu family's main hall by the servants. Mu Yu dared to make her wait, but the Mu family didn't. At that moment, Mu Tianhe was carefully receiving Ru Anna. Ru Anna also looked otherworldly and didn't put on any airs. "Fairy, please wait a moment. Mu Yu will be here soon," Mu Tianhe said with a smile. The Mu family was just an unremarkable family in Clearwater City. They might be able to do whatever they wanted in Clearwater City, but they were still too weak in front of the 8 gates. However, Mu Yu's identity as a true God's disciple didn't lose out to the 8 gates at all. Therefore, Mu Tianhe wasn't too worried. "Old Master Mu, you're too polite. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry." Ru Anna nodded her head with a refined and courteous look. Uncle Mu had been looking around outside the door. When he saw Mu Yu walking over slowly, he hurriedly went forward and said anxiously, "Young Master Mu Yu, you're finally here, it's okay. Don't be afraid of the 8 gates. If anything happens, I'll cover for you." Mu Yu patted Uncle Mu's shoulder before stepping into the main hall. When Ru Anna saw Mu Yu, a strange light flashed across her eyes. Looking at Mu Yu's unfathomable cultivation, she felt rather indignant. She was afraid that she would never be able to avenge that hand. "Daoist Mu Yu, long time no see. How have you been?" Ru Anna revealed a courteous smile. Mu Yu was confused by Ru Anna's courteous smile. Did this petty girl eat the wrong medicine? Why was she suddenly so courteous to him? Why are you looking for me? Mu Yu asked straightforwardly. That's right. Why are you looking for us? To give us warmth. Xiao Shuai stood on Mu Yu's shoulder and extended his little paw to gesture at his chest. He even pinched it twice. When Ru Anna saw Xiao Shuai's actions, her eyes revealed a hint of anger. However, she still revealed an awkward and courteous smile. You guys chat. I won't disturb you. Mu Tianhe felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. Clearly, he couldn't butt in on this kind of thing. Thus, he tactfully left. Ru Anna held back her anger and said, Daoist Mu Yu, I came to find you today because of Sikong Chiwen. What? Did Sikong Chiwen also touch your chest? Left hand or right hand? Xiao Shuai asked in surprise. Mu Yu tried his best to hold back his laughter. Ru Anna's face completely darkened. She withdrew her smile and angrily said, Mu Yu, I'm warning you. Don't mention that matter to me again. Ru Anna's otherworldly temperament instantly disappeared. Her eyes could almost spit out fire. She raised her hand and a light zither floated in front of her chest. A sound blade was directly thrown at Mu Yu. Holy shit! What did I say? Mu Yu felt like 1,000 alpacas were galloping in his heart. It was clearly Xiao Shuai who was talking about it. In the end, all the blame was placed on him. Was the blame thrown at him so casually these days? Ru Anna's cultivation had greatly increased. She had the strength of a 5th layer out of body. However, this kind of cultivation was far from being Mu Yu's opponent. Mu Yu's hand trembled slightly. A powerful formation pattern instantly appeared and surrounded Ru Anna. Hey, why is a girl like you so petty? How can the words of a little spirit beast enrage you? Mu Yu used the formation pattern to trap Ru Anna tightly. She couldn't even move her hands to play the zither. Let go of me, Ru Anna angrily shouted. If you make a move without saying anything, I can't guarantee that I will directly throw you out on the street for exhibition. Mu Yu snapped his fingers. The formation pattern that trapped Ru Anna floated away. Ru Anna's face was ashen. She fiercely glared at Mu Yu and didn't make another move. Speak. What is it? Mu Yu sat down. At the same time, she helplessly hugged Little Handsome who was gesticulating non-stop in her arms, telling it to behave and not cause any more trouble. Ru Anna slowly calmed down. She then said, I heard that you want to fight Sikong Chiwen. So what? Mu Yu's real target was actually Tian Bu-Wai. However, he would definitely defeat Sikong Chiwen. Ru Anna suspiciously looked at Mu Yu. You're not in the spirit severing stage. Why do you dare to fight Sikong Chiwen and Tian Bu-Wai? You're still here to care about me? Mu Yu asked. I'm just here to pass on a message for my senior sister Meng Xin. She wants you to go to the Star Pavilion in 3 days to discuss Sikong Chiwen. Ru Anna gritted her teeth. What? Is your senior sister going to find Mu Yu to take revenge for you? But Mu Yu also touched you, Xiao Shuai said curiously. Mu Yu covered Xiao Shuai's mouth. This guy really talks too much. Discuss what about Sikong Chiwen? Mu Yu asked. Ru Anna held back her anger and replied, Don't you think it's strange that Sikong Chiwen suddenly rose up in these few months? So far, each of our 8 sects has lost an extreme immortal to him. Our 8 sects suspect that he must have used some underhanded means to get to the bottom of this matter. What? Your 8 sects' extreme immortals were defeated, so you think he cheated? You even want to have a meeting to deal with Sikong Chiwen. Can't others do better than you? Mu Yu said in disdain. Ru Anna was annoyed. She then continued, none of the extreme immortals defeated by Sikong Chiwen died. However, all of them lost consciousness. We came to find you because your Mu family also had an extreme immortal who was defeated by Sikong Chiwen, right? Mu Yu frowned. Mu Qingfan was still lying in bed and he couldn't do anything about it. From Ru Anna's words, their Jade sect also had an extreme immortal who was beaten into a vegetative state by Sikong Chiwen. With Sikong Chiwen's ability, he could definitely kill an extreme immortal. The three-layer palaces had a set of rules to protect extreme immortals. If an extreme immortal of the 8 sex was killed, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. The extreme immortal ranking didn't look at status, only rankings. If Sikong Chiwon killed those people, he wouldn't have to worry about the elders of the 8 sects coming for revenge. However, Sikong Chiwon only beat the extreme immortal until he lost consciousness. This matter was very strange. Who else will go to the Star Pavilion? Mu Yu asked. The Star Pavilion was an elegant tea house, a place where literati gathered. It was relatively quiet, and usually, many cultivators would stay there. Other than me and Senior Sister Meng Xin, there's also Red Dust Sect Senior Sister Miao Yu, Earth Emperor Sect Xing Jiao, Shenling Sect Ju Ku and Stargates Tian Bu Lui. Mu Yu frowned and said coldly, "You know I have a fight with Tian Bu Lui, right? You're not Tian Bu Lui's match." Ru Anna said simply. "Is that so?" Mu Yu's body flashed with endless killing intent. Ru Anna suddenly felt like she was in an ice cellar. However, this aura was fleeting as if nothing had happened. When Ru Anna woke up, she found that her forehead was covered in sweat. The self-cultivators didn't know that Tian Bu Lui killed Deadwood Evergreen. They thought that the conflict between Mu Yu and Tian Bu Lui was only because Tian Yun offended Mu Yu. Chapter 521. Ru Anna's expression slightly changed. She said, "Tian Yun, this kind of wastrel has offended a lot of people. You don't need to become enemies with Tian Buwai because of Tian Yun. If you want to save your Mu family's extreme immortal Mu Qingfan, you should let go of your prejudice and stand with us." "Stand with Tian Buwai?" Mu Yu sneered. Ru Anna said in a deep voice, "That's right. You should know that Tian Buwai is going to fight Sikong Chiwon soon. The purpose of our discussion is to help Tian Buwai find out more information about Sikong Chiwon. As long as we help Tian Buwai defeat Sikong Chiwon and force him to tell us how to save those unconscious extreme immortals, then your Mu family's Mu Qingfan will wake up. Then what do you want me to do? You know that I'm going to fight Sikong Chiwon and Tian Buwai, right?" Mu Yu said in a cold voice. Ru Anna said, "You are only out of body stage. Sikong Chiwon and Tian Buwai are both in severed soul stage. How can you beat them? You should look at the big picture and let go of past grudges. Only then can you save your Mu Qingfan." Ru Anna didn't think that Mu Yu had the qualifications to fight Sikong Chiwon and Tian Buwai. Many cultivators also had the same thoughts as Ru Anna. Even when Mu Yu released the news that he was going to fight Sikong Chiwon and Tian Buwai, everyone thought that Mu Yu was bluffing. After all, out-of-body stage and severed soul stage were two different concepts. Mu Yu sneered and said, "Tian Buwai doesn't have the confidence to beat Sikong Chiwon, why would he need other people's help? This Stargate young master is really amazing." During Sikong Chiwon's rise, many extreme immortals became his stepping stones. The people of the 8 gates tried their best but couldn't wake up those extreme immortals who were beaten unconscious by Sikong Chiwon. Therefore, they decided to work together to help Tian Buwai deal with Sikong Chiwon. At this time, Mu Yu suddenly appeared and challenged Tian Buho and Sikong Chiwon. This could easily disrupt the plans of the 8 gates, so they came to discuss this matter with Mu Yu. The result of their discussion was self-evident. Mu Yu would withdraw from this battle and choose to assist Tian Buy in dealing with Sikong Chiwon. "Go back and tell Fairy Meng Xin that I will definitely be there in 3 days. A cold light flashed in Mu Yu's eyes as the black and white runes disappeared in a flash. Ru Anna looked into Mu Yu's eyes and was momentarily absent-minded. She held her breath and averted her gaze. Then, with a wave of her hand, a golden invitation card flew towards Mu Yu and stopped in front of Mu Yu. "Take this invitation card and come to the Stellar Pavilion 3 days later. There will naturally be someone to welcome you. Then I'll be waiting for fellow Daoist Mu Yu at the Star Pavilion. Goodbye." Give me warmth, rub 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 rub. Xiao Shui jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder and waved his little paws proudly, touching his little chest for a while. Ru Anna was flustered and exasperated. She fiercely glared at Xiao Shui and then left the Mu residence. The entire hall was filled with biting cold killing intent. However, this killing intent was gradually restrained by Mu Yu. How can the 8 gates be so despicable? They can't beat him and still want to team up, Xiao Shui said with disdain. Long Ting also came out and asked puzzledly, Mu Yu, they clearly look down on you. Why did you agree to go to the Stellar Pavilion? Why not? The runes around Mu Yu's body gradually dissipated. His expression was very calm. If I don't go, how can I let them know that looking down on others is the stupidest thing? Mu Yu stroked Xiao Shuai's tail and walked out of the Mu residence. The 8 gates knew that Mu Yu's cultivation was only at the out-of-body stage. They wanted to persuade Mu Yu to abandon his prejudice and help Tian Biyu Waits. However, how could they know that Mu Yu and Tian Biyu Waits had an irreconcilable feud? Help Tian Biyu Waits. Dream on. Mu Yu was still reading the basic array formation compendium in the courtyard with great interest. There were hundreds of carnate array foundations piled up beside him. These carnate array foundations could be said to be priceless. They were all given to Mu Yu by Zhuge Xiaoxing and Master Lu. A carnate array foundation here was worth at least tens of thousands. Some of the more precious ones were even worth hundreds of thousands to a few million. If someone saw the hundreds of carnate array foundations piled up on the ground like trash, they would definitely scold Mu Yu for being a prodigal. Silly, do you understand the 8 trigrams array? Mu Yu kicked the carnate array foundations away like trash and walked to Mu Hao's side. Mu Hao's face revealed an excited expression. Brother, I just realized that array formations are so powerful. What's the level of your array formation skills? Are you at the level of a carnate array master? What do you think? Mu Yu sat down on a black gold spirit stone the size of a washbasin. This kind of carnate array foundation was relatively rare, but to Mu Yu, it wasn't a big deal. I think you must be a carnate array master. True God Sword Ying Chen Feng must have taught you a lot of things. That's great, quickly teach me how to set up an array. Mu Hao seemed to have discovered a new continent and couldn't wait to learn array formations. At least you know your place. The corner of Mu Yu's mouth slightly raised. Although Mu Hao always looked like he was asking for a beating, and his words were still unpleasant to hear, Mu Hao firmly believed in Mu Yu's strength as a true God disciple. This was something that Mu Yu was quite satisfied with. This younger brother of his was much better than those snobbish disciples of the 8 gates. Just based on this point alone, Mu Yu wanted to nurture Mu Hao. Didn't you look down on the identity of an array master just now? Mu Yu deliberately asked. Didn't you say so? With enough array foundations, an array master wouldn't have any drawbacks. Brother, you're so awesome, giving me so many array foundations in one go. I won't be able to use them all in my lifetime. If I become an array master, I'll become the cultivator with the strongest combat strength. I'll definitely be invincible. Mu Hao waved his arms and said, Invincible? You still have a long way to go. Mu Yu shook his head. Array techniques were divided into many branches. For example, Mu Chenghong was best at using illusion arrays. His illusion arrays could deceive everyone, and even carnate array masters couldn't detect them. Mu Chenghong had used the illusion array to kill Mo Ziming in the battle. He had fooled everyone. Mu Yu still admired him. Brother, if I learn array formations from you, will I be considered half a disciple of a true god? Mu Hao's eyes shone. The true god of the 3rd layer of the continent, Sword Ying Chen Feng, once defeated 5 spirit lords Yumeng by himself. This kind of great achievement was known by everyone. To be able to have a relationship with a true god, it was really a blessing. According to Mu Hao, Mu Yu could become a true god's personal disciple because he accidentally ignited the weeds on an ancestor's grave when he was offering incense to his ancestor, causing a lot of smoke to come out. Not really. My master doesn't just accept anyone as his disciple. Mu Yu shook his head. Up until now, Sword Ying Chen Feng had only accepted Mu Yu and a few others, including Kong Kong and Miao Miao. In total, he had 7 disciples. Among these 7 people, not to mention Kong Kong and Miao Miao, the other 5 were 1 in a million talents, especially Cheng Yang and Luo Shong. Their talents could completely crush the younger generation of the cultivation world. It was just that they were not as high-profile as Mu Yu. Cheng Yang and Luo Shong were not ranked high on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard, but sometimes, the leaderboard did not represent a person's true strength. For example, Mu Yu was only ranked 80th, but if he wanted to climb up the leaderboard, he would definitely be ranked higher than this. Then if I become your disciple, will I be Sword Ying Chen Feng's grand disciple? Mu Hao continued to ask. I'm your brother. Why should I be your disciple? Grand disciple? Do you want your father to call me brother? Mu Yu knocked Mu Hao's head. Mu Hao touched his head and grumbled unhappily. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, all right. Hurry up and teach me. After I learn the true God's array formations, I don't care if you admit it or not, I'll feel like I'm a true God's disciple. Mu Yu laughed. His master had never taught him any array formations. His array formations basically came from Deadwood Daddy. Of course, he also had the help of Heavenly Array Dao and Master Lu. Deadwood Daddy's Shen array was the core of Mu Yu's array formations. For example, array formations like the Wind Heart linking array all came from the Shen array. However, in order to make Mu Hao more motivated to learn array formations, Mu Yu did not plan to expose this point. He let Mu Hao learn array formations with this thought in mind. Perhaps he would really succeed in learning array formations. Learning had to have a purpose. Mu Hao wanted to have a relationship with a true God. This was enough to motivate him to learn array formations. Then you have to learn it seriously. If you don't learn anything, don't tell others that I taught you array formations. Otherwise, my master and I can't afford to lose face. Do you understand? Mu Yu said solemnly. Deadwood Daddy was also Mu Yu's master. However, Mu Hao was like everyone else. He only paid attention to Mu Yu's first master, Jianying Chen Feng, and ignored Deadwood Evergreen. Therefore, when Mu Yu said this, he did not feel like he was tricking Mu Hao. Yes, I won't lose face as a true god, Mu Hao said with a serious face. Big brother Mu Yu, I want to learn too. Teach me, all right? Mu Xin ran in from outside and hugged Mu Yu's neck. Teach. Mu Yu pinched Mu Xin's cheeks and smiled helplessly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. More and more self-cultivators flooded into Clearwater City. They all wanted to see the battle between Sikong Chiwen, Tian Buchi, and Mu Yu. However, none of the self-cultivators knew that Clearwater City was already in turmoil. At this moment, the 8 gates had already decided to join forces to help Tian Buchi deal with Sikong Chiwen. They wanted Mu Yu to join them mainly because Mu Yu's elder brother, Mu Qingfan, was also defeated by Sikong Chiwen. The 8 gates believed that Mu Yu, who was only at the 9th heaven of out-of-body stage, had no other choice but to work with them. The Stellar Pavilion was the property of $1 Million Trading Company. Because the battle between the 3 extreme immortals would attract a large number of self-cultivators, it would bring countless business opportunities. Naturally, $1 Million Trading Company would not let go of such an opportunity. They purposely renovated the Stellar Pavilion to make it more exquisite and elegant. This small pavilion was expanded by them and now, it was the tallest building in the entire Clearwater City. From the top floor of the Stellar Pavilion, one could see the entire landscape of Clearwater City. Not only that, but there was also a strange array set up on the top floor of the Stellar Pavilion. Here, one could magnify the scenery in a corner of Clearwater City. Even those who were looking at the ground from the sky would feel like they were right in front of them. At the same time, $1 Million Trading Company often released information about the extreme immortals for free. Sikong Chiwen and the other 2 extreme immortals were not the only ones on the extreme immortal leaderboard. There were many other talented people, but they were not as eye-catching as Sikong Chiwen. Humans were always curious about the strong. Therefore, many self-cultivators would come to the Stellar Pavilion to understand the changes in the extreme immortals. There were a total of 36 floors in the Stellar Pavilion. The scenery on each floor was different and the price was different. The price on the top floor was naturally the highest. Those who could go to the last floor were usually self-cultivators with status and money. Although self-cultivators could fly and they could see Clearwater City anytime they wanted, most of the time, they were not looking at the scenery. Instead, they were looking at their state of mind and what they had seen. This place was like a center for gossip. Many strange news of the cultivation world came from here. Not only that, one could also get to know many powerful self-cultivators. The Stellar Pavilion was heavily guarded. In the territory of the Stellar Pavilion, self-cultivators were not allowed to fly. The Stellar Pavilion was bustling with people every day. Business was booming. Wealthy self-cultivators would choose to sit on the top floor of the Stellar Pavilion. It was a symbol of status and identity. However, the top floor of the Stellar Pavilion was booked today. No one could go up. Chapter 522. I'm the young master of Thousand Bird Villa. How dare you not let me go to the top floor? A horse-faced young man asked angrily. There were 2 guards at the top floor of the Stellar Pavilion. They were both at the nascent soul stage. They didn't panic at all when facing the young master of Thousand Bird Villa. After all, the $1 million firm was not to be trifled with. Young master, the top floor of the Stellar Pavilion has already been booked. There are still seats on the 34th floor. You can choose the 34th floor. The guard said indifferently. I can't go up even if I pay 10,000 spirit stones. The horse-faced young man said angrily. I'm sorry. This is not a matter of money. You can choose the 34th floor. The guard's attitude was very cold. The horse-faced young man was called Ma Shengtian. He was very angry. Thousand Bird Villa was considered a top second-rate sect in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, the $1 million firm didn't buy him at all. Ma Shengtian's noise attracted many self-cultivators to watch. Everyone was very curious about the Stellar Pavilion being booked today. Who on earth was so generous to book the top floor of the Stellar Pavilion? One had to know that each floor of the Stellar Pavilion was very big and could accommodate hundreds of people. People on the top floor usually spent 1,000 spirit stones to go up for 2 hours. If one wanted to book the top floor, it was impossible to do so without hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Sometimes, one could get a lot of information here in 2 hours. Many of the information cost far more than 1,000 spirit stones. However, at this moment, a handsome young man slowly walked up from downstairs. He held a golden invitation in his hand and looked very indifferent. Beside him was a waiter of the Stellar Pavilion. Sir, please wait a moment. The waiter ran over and whispered to the guard at the top of the 36th floor. When the cold-faced guard saw the golden invitation in the young man's hand, his expression became solemn. He immediately put on a respectful smile and went up to greet him. Sir, please go upstairs. All the cultivators on the 35th floor frowned. They didn't understand who this handsome young man in front of them was. Why can he go up and I can't? Ma Shengtian was even more unhappy now. He questioned loudly. This sir has an invitation in his hand. Naturally, he can go up. The guard changed into an indifferent expression again. How much does it cost to buy an invitation? I'm also willing to buy it. Ma Shengtian took out a black jade pendant, which was the proof of the million spirit stones firm, indicating that he was not short of money. You can't buy an invitation with money. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. You can't afford to offend the people on the top floor. The guard said indifferently. Ma Shengtian was annoyed by the guard's contemptuous attitude. Then you tell me who is on the top floor. I don't believe there's anyone that I, Ma Shengtian, can't afford to offend. The top floor has been reserved by the 8 gates, and the one who just went up is the disciple of a true god. Are you sure you can afford to provoke them? The guard's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. Ma Shengtian's angry expression suddenly froze. He glanced upstairs with trepidation. Finally, he swallowed his saliva, looked around with a guilty conscience, and quickly disappeared into the crowd of onlookers. Mu Yu slowly walked up the stairs. At this time, there were already more than 30 people waiting for him on the top floor of the Stellar Pavilion. When he went upstairs, more than 30 pairs of eyes fell on him. Among these 30 people, The lowest cultivation was at the out-of-body stage, and 7 or 8 of them were at the spirit-severing stage. Mu Yu didn't know many people, only a few. Ru Anna looked at Mu Yu with an unfriendly gaze from afar. Her cultivation was considered weak among these people. However, Fairy Meng Xin was standing beside her, and this Fairy Meng Xin's cultivation was at the 9th heavenly layer of the out-of-body stage. Haha. Brother Mu Yu, you're here. Xing Jiao walked over and patted Mu Yu's shoulder. Xing Jiao was also at the 9th heavenly layer of the out-of-body stage. He was Cai Lai's brother and was also a reasonable person. Mu Yu had a good impression of him. Mu Yu didn't know the others. Many people looked at Mu Yu with eyes full of provocation. The reputation of a true God's disciple was too big, and this caused many people to want to prove themselves by defeating a true God's disciple. People who could defeat a true God's disciple would definitely attract attention in the cultivation world. Brother Xing Jiao, how have you been? Mu Yu smiled and said casually. He didn't see Tian Bu wait here. Fairy Meng Xin walked over and nodded at Mu Yu with a friendly smile. Mu Yu's appearance here means that Daoist Mu Yu has already let go of your grudges with Tian Bu wait. As long as we help Tian Bu wait defeat Sikong Chiwen and wake up those who were hurt by Sikong Chiwen, then Daoist Mu Yu's elder brother, Mu Qingfan, will also wake up. This is something that everyone will be happy about. Yes. Brother Mu Yu is willing to come here. You're indeed a righteous person. Xing Jiao smiled and agreed. What about Tian Bu wait? Mu Yu asked calmly. Before Meng Xin could speak, a spirit-severing stage man interrupted. My family's young master hasn't come to Clearwater City yet. I'm in charge here. I'm Tian. I'm not interested in knowing your name. Mu Yu said simply. The people from Stargate had nothing to do with him. The man's face darkened. A true God's disciple sure talks big. You're so arrogant. Do you really think you're so great just because you're in the out-of-body stage? A spirit-severing stage aura poured towards Mu Yu. The man from Stargate wanted to show off his power to Mu Yu. However, Mu Yu didn't even look at him. He walked slowly to a chair and sat down. He calmly poured himself a cup of tea. Everyone's expression changed. The man from Stargate was in the 1st heaven of the spirit-severing stage while Mu Yu was only in the 9th heaven of the out-of-body stage. However, Mu Yu acted as if he didn't see him. Even Meng Xin and Xing Jiao couldn't do this. Xing Jiao saw that the situation wasn't right and quickly tried to mediate. Tian Kaiyu, please don't be angry. We're here today because of our common enemy, Sikong Chiwen. Since Mu Yu is here, it means that he's willing to help Tian Bu wait. We should negotiate peacefully. Tian Kaiyu snorted. If we want to defeat Sikong Chiwen, we can only rely on my family's young master. However, I don't want to hear people talking big and trying to challenge my family's young master. What is he in front of my family's young master? Mu Yu slowly raised his head and sneered. So your family's young master's prestige is built with the help of others? Is it because without the help of others, Tian Bu wait doesn't have the guts to fight Sikong Chiwen? Is that all Tian Bu wait has? Tian Kaiyu's face darkened. My family's young master has the strength to fight Sikong Chiwen. He's not like someone who only knows how to talk big. If I hear anyone disrespect my family's young master again, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. I want to let some people know that if they don't have the strength, they should keep their mouth shut. Everyone else looked at Tian Kaiyu and Mu Yu with uncertain expressions. Today's matter was originally to discuss how to deal with Sikong Chiwen, but Mu Yu and the Heavenly Star sect had old grudges. As soon as the two sides arrived, the atmosphere became tense. What's your extreme immortal ranking again? Mu Yu put down his teacup and asked. Tian Kaiyu was in his 30s and was also a member of the extreme immortal ranking. He proudly puffed out his chest. I'll tell you, I'm on the extreme immortal ranking. Forget it, I'm not interested. Mu Yu's eyes flashed. The formation runes under his feet surged and turned into 2 black and white runes that instantly spread to Tian Kaiyu's feet. Tian Kaiyu frowned and sneered. Just as he raised his hand and was about to teach Mu Yu a lesson, he felt a pain in his chest. A sword glowing with green light came out of his chest. The powerful sword Qi instantly destroyed his heart. Mu Ling's sword was crazily devouring his life force. How is this possible? Tian Kai-yu opened his eyes wide and wanted to turn around, but Mu Yu wasn't behind him. He had already sat back down. You're right. If you don't have the strength, you should keep your mouth shut. Mu Yu's killing intent was very strong. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure. He was the sect master of Formation Glyph Sect and had powerful formation techniques. Even if his cultivation was only at the 9th level of out-of-body realm, how could someone who could make Sikong Chiwon feel threatened be so simple? Mu Yu never showed mercy when killing people from Stargate. Bang! Tian Kai-yu's body fell heavily to the ground. His life force had been completely drained. No one noticed that a faint white light flashed from Tian Kai-yu's body and disappeared into Mu Yu's body. Silence. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Mu Yu, who was at the 9th level of out-of-body realm, would be able to instantly kill Tian Kai-yu, who was at the 1st level of doppelganger. Whether it was Fairy Meng Xin, Xing Jiao, or the other members of the 8 Gates who were hostile towards Mu Yu, their faces were filled with shock and fear. Tian Kai-yu was an extremely talented Supreme Immortal from Stargate. He was at the 1st level of the Spirit Severing stage and was ranked 61st on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard. His strength was definitely in the top 5 among everyone here. However, such a talented person couldn't even last one move in front of Mu Yu. Mu Yu was only at the 9th level of out-of-body realm. Even if Tian Kai-yu had just broken through to the Spirit Severing stage not long ago, he was still far from someone at the 9th level of out-of-body realm. However, Mu Yu used facts to show everyone what a true monster was. The Supreme Immortal symbol on Tian Kai-yu's arm quickly rushed towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu stretched out his hand and didn't block it. There wasn't any Supreme Immortal symbol on his wrist, but the number 61 was imprinted on it. Clown. Mu Yu glanced at the others indifferently. His body was filled with killing intent. I'm here to tell you that if you look down on others, you won't end up any better than this arrogant bastard. Do you really think that you're so great just because you're from the 8 Gates? You want me to help Tian Bu? Where did you get the confidence to think that I would compromise? Everyone looked at each other with ugly expressions. They thought that Mu Yu's appearance here meant that he was willing to help Tian Bu, but they didn't expect that Mu Yu would directly kill Stargate's Tian Kai-yu. Ru Anna's eyes were filled with panic. She suddenly remembered that 3 days ago at the Mu Yu's residence, she told Mu Yu that he wasn't a match for Tian Bu and Sikong Chiwon because she knew that Mu Yu's cultivation was only at the 9th level of out-of-body realm. However, Mu Yu, who was at the 9th level of out-of-body realm, had the ability to instantly kill a spirit-severing stage cultivator. If he wanted to kill Ru Anna back then, with Ru Anna's cultivation at the 5th level of out-of-body realm, how could she be a match for Mu Yu? Ru Anna understood that Mu Yu had already shown her mercy. Otherwise, with her contemptuous attitude back then, she wouldn't have been able to walk out of the Mu residence. Tian Kai-yu is no longer on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard. Do any of you want to avenge him? Mu Yu asked indifferently. No one said anything. Strictly speaking, Mu Yu and Tian Kai-yu were Supreme Immortals. Life and death on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard were determined by fate. Mu Yu killed Tian Kai-yu and obtained his Supreme Immortal symbol. This was a very normal thing. In that case, help me tell Tian Bu that I will definitely kill him. Mu Yu turned around coldly and walked towards the stairs. Chapter 523. Mu Yu didn't feel any guilt for killing the people from Stargate. He didn't kill Sikong Gaoming because he didn't know Sikong Chiwon well enough. He didn't know who was behind him. He killed Tian Kai-yu because he knew that heaven is not waiting for this hypocritical, smiling tiger. He and Tian Bu Wait were in a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Tian Bu Wait would do everything he could to take revenge on him. Now that he knew Mu Yu had a family, Mu Yu's family would become the target of Tian Bu Wait's revenge. Killing a Stargate member meant that the Mu family would have one less threat. Mu Yu wasn't worried about the safety of the Mu family. He had already thought about it. After this was over, he would let the Array sect protect the Mu family. Now that he was the sect leader of the Array Talisman sect, the Array sect would definitely be the Mu family's best backer. The news of Tian Kaiyu's death in the Star Pavilion didn't spread because the people from the 8 sects knew that it was an extremely embarrassing thing. However, the change in the Supreme Immortal ranking couldn't be hidden because Tian Kaiyu, who was originally ranked 61st, had died and was replaced by Mu Yu. No one expected that Mu Yu would actually defeat Tian Kaiyu and jump from 80th to 61st. The rumors of the battle between the 3 Supreme Immortals were still spreading in Clearwater City. However, the most talked about were the spirit-severing stage Sikong Chiwon and Heaven is Not Waiting. No one thought highly of Mu Yu, who was at the 9th heaven of the out-of-body stage. They didn't know that Mu Yu had killed Tian Kaiyu in one move, so Mu Yu was still being underestimated. The Mu residence had become a tourist attraction. Many self-cultivators would intentionally or unintentionally stop in front of the Mu residence, wanting to see the glory of the true God's disciple. More and more famous sects wanted to visit Mu Yu. At first, Mu Yu rejected them, but after thinking about the current situation, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Since there were powerful self-cultivators who were willing to show goodwill to the Mu family, Mu Yu acquiesced to their visits. However, he left these matters to his grandfather and father to handle while he focused on teaching Mu Hao about array formations. It had to be said that Mu Hao really had great talent in formations. Perhaps it was for the sake of becoming a disciple of a true God in name, but he studied very seriously, and also grasped a lot of light formation techniques. With less than 10 days left until the 6th of June, Mu Yu decided to go out and take a look at the situation in Clearwater City. He didn't want to attract too much attention. Now, many people were watching Mu Yu's residence like paparazzi, wanting to see his true face. Therefore, Mu Yu chose to use the array to change his appearance and walked alone on the street. When he turned down a street, he saw someone he didn't expect to see. Come. Don't miss it if you pass by. Who would emerge victorious in the battle between the 3 geniuses at the pinnacle of the Extreme Immortal stage? Everyone, feel free to place your bets. You will definitely win. You will be the sole agent. I guarantee your credibility. I will not cheat anyone. A guy as skinny as a monkey shouted with all his might on the street. Beside him, there were 2 shop assistants handing out flyers to the self-cultivators passing by, attracting the attention of a lot of self-cultivators. Mu Yu looked at the skinny guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks in astonishment. He was no stranger to this guy and had even interacted with him before. He was a disciple of the evil sect who liked to gamble, Dubying. Dubying was addicted to gambling, and he had the supreme evil die in his hands. It was said that the evil die was a gambling treasure personally made by Xie Bulao. No dice dared to win against the evil die. Mu Yu had been tricked by Dubying once before, but in the end, his trick was exposed by Deadwood Daddy. Behind Dubying was a gambling house, and the words "gambling must win" were written on the gambling house. At this moment, there were many self-cultivators going back and forth in the gambling house, and it was very lively. Mu Yu picked up a flyer on the ground. On the flyer, there were 3 people's information written in flamboyant handwriting, including suggestions to place bets and analysis of the odds. The title was, Dubying's Gambling House, The Way to Make Money by Increasing Your Spirit Stones. Sikong Chiwon Introduction. The dark horse of Clearwater City's Sikong family, the genius with the most potential on the Supreme Immortal ranking, ranked 51st on the Supreme Immortal ranking. Until now, no one has heard of him losing. From an unknown person to a famous person, he has a bright future and is most likely to become one of the top 9 Supreme Immortals. Cultivation. Stage 6 of the Spirit Severing stage. Odds, 1 to 2 suggestion. A golden phoenix flies out of the chicken coop, and the final winner is most likely. Heaven's Waiting Introduction. The young master of Stargate, one of the 8 gates, the future successor of Stargate, ranked 50th on the Supreme Immortal ranking. Until now, no one has heard of him losing. His strength is unfathomable. As the young master of Stargate, he is cultured, elegant, and courteous. Cultivation. Stage 6 of the spirit severing stage. Odds, 1 to 2 suggestion. A person who cursed his mother to death when he was just born. Even the heavens don't want to see him. Who can control him? Maybe it's Sikong Chiwon. Let's wait and see. Mu Yu Introduction. The disciple of Third Heaven True God Sword Ying Chenfeng, the disciple of Pill Cauldron Sect's Poison King Withered Tree Evergreen. The first person to walk out of the infamous Withered Tree Valley. He once killed a nascent soul stage cultivator during the Jindan period. He rode the dragonized dragon vine around floating Fairy Island and created a mess in Pill Cauldron Sect. He even fused with a high-grade incomplete pill. The traitor of the human race who released the Demon King, the hero of the human race who defeated the demons. There's nothing he can't do. Cultivation, Stage 9 of the out-of-body stage. Odds, 1 to 10 suggestion. The future star, his cultivation is too weak. True fans, please give some encouragement. Those who want to get rich, please leave. Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the words leave. Dubi Ying's suggestion was true fans, please give some encouragement. Those who want to get rich, please leave. Was he that pessimistic about him? The odds were 1 to 10, which meant that if someone bet 10,000 spiritual stones on Mu Yu to win, and Mu Yu really won in the end, that person would get 100,000 spiritual stone. Mu Yu's odds were the highest, which meant that the people in the gambling house didn't think highly of him. They thought that his chances of winning were the lowest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have offered 10 times the odds. The people in the gambling house thought highly of Sikong Chiwon and Heaven's Waiting for Heaven, but they couldn't say who had a higher chance of winning, so the odds were the same. 4 gambling houses between cultivators. There was no possibility of reneging on a bet. They also didn't allow one person to bet more than one bet. They used cultivators' blood to prove their identity and signed a contract. It couldn't be faked. Although the people of the evil faction were very unreliable, when it came to spiritual stones, they would pay a lot of attention to their principles. Just think of the hell on earth of the evil faction. They wouldn't cheat, and there was no need to worry about Dubi Ying running away with the money. Mu Yu heard that most of the gambling houses in the 3 continents were opened by the people of the evil faction, and Dubi Ying was in charge of them. Mu Yu wasn't interested in this kind of boring thing. He wanted to leave this place. However, the discussion of a few cultivators around him drifted into his ears. Did you hear? Mu Tianhe and Sikong Gaoming are at daggers drawn in the gambling house right now. Mu Tianhe heard that there were too few people betting on his grandson, so he angrily came to support his grandson. Mu Tianhe is too naive. His grandson Mu Yu's future might be uncertain, but he is only a 9th level out-of-body cultivator. How can he fight with Sikong Chiwon and Heaven's Waiting for Heaven? Mu Yu's brows wrinkled. Why did her grandfather come to such a foul place? He was worried that Sikong Gaoming would do something to his grandfather, so he hurriedly walked into the bet-must-win gambling house. The gambling house was quite spacious and bright. There were all kinds of cultivators in the gambling house. There were many scantily clad beauties carrying sake to and fro. There were also some workers in the gambling house explaining and analyzing the current situation for the cultivators who were about to place their bets. Their serious expressions were very strange. At this moment, the cultivators in the gambling house were pointing at 2 people in the middle. One was the white-haired Mu Tianhe, and the other was the arrogant Sikong Gaoming. Sikong Chiwon had been in Clearwater City for the past few days, and many people had seen him. With his son backing him up, Sikong Gaoming was very flamboyant. He didn't know how to write the word low-key. The atmosphere was very disharmonious. Sikong Gaoming, have your teeth grown back? Mu Tianhe asked coldly. Sikong Gaoming had been taught a lesson by Mu Yu in the past, and his teeth had been knocked out. However, they were now in perfect condition. He must have had a mouth full of fake teeth. Mu Tianhe, don't be too happy. Do you really think that your grandson will win? The moment your grandson dies in the hands of my son, it will be the day your Mu family perishes. Sikong Gaoming said fiercely. At this moment, Sikong Gaoming didn't dare to make a move on Mu Tianhe. There were all kinds of cultivators in the gambling house, and there were quite a few of them who were in the out-of-body stage. If he made a move openly, he would definitely be stopped. Many cultivators were even willing to protect Mu Tianhe in exchange for a favor from the true God's disciple. This favor was definitely worth it. Then let's try. I believe in my grandson. Mu Tianhe only had Uncle Mu, who had a low cultivation, by his side, but he wasn't afraid. You believe in your grandson, and you put in 10,000 spiritual stones? So stingy. Sikong Gaoming laughed and looked at the 3 transparent hollow pillars in the middle of the gambling house with a mocking expression. Each transparent pillar was about 1 meter in diameter, and its height reached the ceiling. There were multicolored light spots floating inside, and each light spot was only the size of a grain of sand. The light spots were made up of array patterns, and each light spot contained the information of a cultivator who had placed their spiritual stones. In front of each light pillar, there was a miniature array. The person who placed their bet only needed to place their spiritual stones into the array in front of the light pillar, and add a drop of their own blood. The array would then take all the spiritual stones and automatically create a light spot that floated into the pillar. The different colors of the light spots represented the different amounts of spiritual stones that were placed, and the 7 colors were the standard. A red light spot represented 100 spiritual stones bet, an orange light spot represented 1,000 spiritual stones bet, a yellow light spot represented 10,000 spiritual stones bet, a green light spot represented 100,000 spiritual stones bet, a cyan light spot represented 1,000,000 spiritual stones bet, a blue light spot represented 10 million spiritual stones bet, and a purple light spot represented 50 million spiritual stones bet. Mu Yu was not unfamiliar with these betting arrays, and he was even familiar with the way they were set up. He was afraid that the people in the gambling house had spent money to hire people from the array faction to set them up. At this moment, the pillar with Sikong Chiwen had the most colors and the most light spots. There were countless of them, ranging from red to cyan, and there was even a blue light spot that represented 10 million spiritual stones bet. Tian Buy's pillar was not much less than Sikong Chiwen's, and there was also a blue light spot. On the other hand, Mu Yu's transparent pillar was very shabby. There were only 30 red light spots, a dozen orange light spots, and a yellow light spot that Mu Tianhe had placed in. Compared to the other 2, he was simply dwarfed. Mu Yu's potential was very big, but in this competition, no one was optimistic about him. Even if the odds were so high, there were still very few people who bet on him winning. Although Mu Yu's ranking had risen to 61st a few days ago, if his cultivation had not reached the spirit severing stage, it was impossible for him to be compared to the dark horse Sikong Chiwen and the young master of Stargate, Tian Buy. Chapter 524. Mu Tianhe was furious. When he heard that his grandson was being looked down upon in Clearwater City's Bet Must Win gambling house, he immediately took out 10,000 spiritual stones to help. However, when he saw Sikong Chiwen's and Heaven Bui's pillars, and then looked at Mu Yu's light spots, he immediately understood that the 10,000 spiritual stones were just a drop in the bucket. In fact, it seemed a little ridiculous. No matter how powerful Mu Yu was, he couldn't be a match for Sikong Chiwen and Tian Bui, who were in the spirit severing stage. No one was willing to let their spiritual stones go to waste. Then how much did you bet? Mu Tianhe asked angrily. 10 million. Sikong Gaoming glanced at Mu Tianhe proudly. 10 million was just a small sum to Sikong Gaoming. Even though the Mu clan took back some of his assets, he was still the richest man in Clearwater City. His business wasn't just in Clearwater City, but also in other parts of the 3 continents. Mu Tianhe was furious. With the Mu clan's current situation, they couldn't take out 10 million at once. Even if they took out 1 million, they had to consider it carefully. The 10,000 spiritual stones he bet wasn't even a fraction of what Sikong Gaoming had. It was simply incomparable. With your grandson's out-of-body stage 9 cultivation, he dares to challenge my son. He must be tired of living. If you ask me, I'll say it. Why don't you just bet all your assets on my son? This way, your Mu clan can still make a fortune without Mu Yu. It's not bad that you can rely on your grandson's life to make money. Sikong Gaoming was extremely arrogant. You're going too far. Mu Tianhe stepped forward angrily. However, a middle-aged man in the out-of-body stage 9 suddenly appeared behind Sikong Gaoming and stared coldly at Mu Tianhe. The two out-of-body stage guards, LV Shishin and Go Zhengyang, were gone. They were replaced by someone even more powerful. Sikong Gaoming laughed arrogantly. Your grandson's cultivation is only at the same level as my follower. Does your Mu clan really think you're something? Mu Tianhe's expression changed slightly. Feeling the other party's majestic aura, he quickly took 2 steps back. He didn't expect that Sikong Chiwen would find Sikong Gaoming a follower in the 9th heavenly layer of out-of-body realm. On the other hand, Mu Tianhe's foundation establishment realm Uncle Mu was like heaven and earth. What? The grandfather of the true God's disciple didn't even have a decent follower? Don't get killed on the streets in the future without even knowing it. Sikong Gaoming laughed unscrupulously. Mu Yu looked at Sikong Gaoming's face and simply wanted to knock out this guy's teeth again. Not long ago, he had directly killed the spirit-severing stage Qian Kai Yu. Unfortunately, Sikong Gaoming did not know about this matter. Otherwise, even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to provoke Mu Tianhe. Mu Yu was thinking about whether he should come out again, but at this moment, a soft voice entered Mu Yu's ears. Sovereign, do you need my help? Mu Yu turned his head in surprise and met Master Lu's familiar face. He didn't expect to see Master Lu here. Master Lu, why did you come here? Mu Yu was pleasantly surprised. Master Lu was the elder who had helped Mu Yu the most in the array faction. He was also a spirit-severing stage Xiantian array master. Although Mu Yu used an illusion array to change his appearance, he still had the special aura of the array talisman sect's sovereign. The experienced Master Lu immediately noticed Mu Yu's identity. Sovereign, I came here to do business. The gambling house's 3 transparent pillars and other large and small array formations were all designed by me. Master Lu proudly said. I said that the arrangement of these array formations was very familiar. It really is you, Master Lu. Mu Yu said with a smile. Let's not talk about this first. That is your grandfather, right? How about I go up and act as your grandfather's follower? I can't let Sovereign's prestige fall to the ground. Master Lu looked at Mu Tianhe, whose face was flushed with anger. Mu Yu smiled slightly. Master Lu really came at the right time. He had long been displeased with Sikong Gaoming, so he said, then I'll have to trouble Master Lu first. Sovereign's grandfather is my immediate superior. I don't dare to neglect him. Master Lu said with a smile. Sikong Gaoming was still mocking Mu Tianhe. Mu Tianhe was intimidated by Sikong Gaoming's 9th celestial layer out-of-aperture realm follower. He couldn't get out of the situation and couldn't even speak. What? Mu Tianhe, you have nothing to say? Thinking about it, your grandson's cultivation is only at the level of my follower. You also feel ashamed, don't you? Look at your follower, he is only at the foundation establishment stage. What a joke. Is there no one else in your Mu clan? Oh, I forgot. You originally had a senior follower called Mu-san too. Unfortunately, he has already abandoned the dark and joined the light. You can't even keep your confidant. It's really ridiculous. Sikong Gaoming ruthlessly humiliated. Mu Tianhe's face became redder and redder. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, he was helpless because Sikong Gaoming was telling the truth. Now that the Mu clan was just preparing to rise again, they didn't have enough manpower. Besides, even if Mu-san too was still here, he was only at the 9th heavenly layer of nascent soul stage. He was far from the 9th heavenly layer of out-of-body stage beside Sikong Gaoming. Mu Tianhe was very angry. Sikong Gaoming's follower had been exerting pressure on him, making it very difficult for him. When he was about to be unable to bear it, he suddenly felt his body lighten. Then, an even more terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the gambling house. This aura shook everyone back 2 steps. The out-of-body stage follower beside Sikong Gaoming even retreated a few steps. Master Lu quickly walked to Mu Tianhe's side and bowed. Master, young Master Mu, you asked me to protect you. If you have any orders, just say it. Master Lu's spirit-severing stage cultivation base was released unreservedly, and he deliberately used it on Sikong Gaoming, making Sikong Gaoming's face change immediately. A spirit-severing stage master was so respectful to Mu Tianhe, who was at the out-of-body stage. When everyone heard Master Lu address Mu Tianhe as master, they were all shocked. That was a spirit-severing stage master. He was willing to listen to Mu Tianhe's orders. Mu Tianhe was also frightened. His mind was a little dizzy. He couldn't even bear a cough from a spirit-severing stage cultivator. How could he be so respectful to him? He stuttered, My lord, you are, master, my surname is Lu. Master can call me Mr. Lu. I am here on the order of young Master Mu Yu to listen to Master's orders. Master Lu said. Master Lu, are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person? Mu Tianhe didn't dare to be arrogant. Even if he knew that his grandson had great means, he was still an out-of-body stage cultivator. How could there be a spirit-severing stage cultivator willing to listen to his orders? Master, you worry too much. I am here on the order of young Master Mu Yu to protect Master. As long as Master gives the order, I can even directly throw the person who insulted Master out of the casino. Master Lu glanced at Sikong Gaoming faintly. Sikong Gaoming seemed to have been poured a bucket of cold water from head to toe. Just now, he was laughing at Mu Tianhe for not even having a decent follower. Suddenly, a spirit-severing stage cultivator appeared to protect Mu Tianhe. This was really shocking. No matter how powerful Sikong Gaoming's son was, he was only a spirit-severing stage cultivator. It was impossible to send a spirit-severing stage cultivator as his follower. However, Mu Yu was only at the out-of-body stage 9th layer. How could he order a spirit-severing stage cultivator? No need. Mu Tianhe still hadn't recovered from the shock. He still couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. A spirit-severing stage cultivator was so respectful to him. This was simply a fantasy. However, things didn't seem to be over so easily. It's so lively here. A lazy voice sounded from the door, followed by a leisurely young man slowly walked into the casino. The young man's voice wasn't loud, but because of the appearance of Master Lu, the casino was very quiet, so everyone heard his voice and turned their faces to look at the young man. A white robe embroidered with a few black cloud patterns. There was a Dan Cauldron logo on his chest with 5 golden edges, representing a rank 5 alchemist. Dan Cauldron sect's rank 5 alchemist. This alchemist was none other than Cai Lai. The moment Mu Yu saw Cai Lai, he was very excited. He didn't trust many people in the cultivation world. Cai Lai was one of the few people he could confide in. He didn't expect that in just a few months, Cai Lai had already become a rank 5 alchemist. Dan Cauldron's sect actually has such a young rank 5 alchemist. Master Medicine's disciple, Cai Lai, is said to be the youngest rank 5 alchemist in Dan Cauldron sect. Heavens! Rank 5 alchemist! Many people began to look at Cai Lai in awe. Although a rank 5 alchemist was only at the out-of-body stage, his identity was something that even spirit-severing stage cultivators didn't dare to neglect. The identity of an alchemist was too noble. No one dared to look down on an alchemist. Under everyone's gaze, Cai Lai suddenly walked over to Mu Tianhe. He then cupped his hands and bowed to Mu Tianhe and said respectfully, Junior Dan Cauldron sect's alchemist Cai Lai greets old Master Mu. What? A spirit-severing stage cultivator being respectful to Mu Tianhe was one thing, but even a rank 5 alchemist was so respectful to Mu Tianhe. Everyone's mouth was wide open and couldn't close it for a while. Who didn't know how noble the identity of an alchemist was? Such a young tier 5 alchemist was an outstanding talent among the alchemists. Even a random severed soul stage cultivator would treat them with respect. No matter who they met, it was only others who would salute them. When would they have the chance to greet others? However, such a rank 5 alchemist of Dan Cauldron's sect actually took the initiative to show goodwill to Mu Tianhe. Mu Tianhe's mind was blank. He hadn't even come down from the stone that Master Lu had set for him, and now he was directly praised to the sky by Cai Lai. The most important point was that Mu Tianhe was sure that he didn't know the alchemist of Dan Cauldron Sec. What the hell was going on? How could such strange things happen one after another? Old Master Mu, this junior is Mu Yu's senior brother in Dan Cauldron Sect. I'm also Mu Yu's good friend. Old Master Mu, just call me Cai Lai. Cai Lai glanced at Sikong Gaoming. Obviously, he also knew that Sikong Gaoming had humiliated Mu Tianhe. Therefore, he planned to come out to help and ruthlessly slap Sikong Gaoming's face. Everyone remembered that they only knew that Mu Yu was the disciple of a true god. However, they forgot a very important piece of information. Mu Yu was also the disciple of Dan Cauldron Sect's Green Bamboo Peak Branch Master, Withered Tree Evergreen. He was also known as the genius of Dan Cauldron Sect. Because Jian Ying Chen Feng's reputation was too big, compared to what Mu Yu did in Dan Cauldron Sect, it was nothing. Now that they thought about it, it seemed that many people had forgotten that Mu Yu was an alchemist. Although only Mu Yu knew that he might not even be able to refine a real elixir. The entire gambling house had fallen into silence. Everyone was staring at the severed soul stage Master Lu and the Tier 5 alchemist Cai Lai in horror. Finally, their gazes fell on Mu Tianhe, who was only at the first celestial layer of out-of-body stage. This matter really scared them. Mu Tianhe pulled his beard. Not to mention the others who were scared stiff, even he himself didn't dare to believe it. This was just like a dream. Not only was there a severed soul stage cultivator willing to be his follower, there was also an alchemist of Dan Cauldron Sect who was so polite to him. No matter which of these two people it was, if it was any other time, he would have to serve them obediently. He didn't dare to be arrogant, but who would have thought that such an unimaginable thing would happen? Chapter 525. Sir, are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person? Mu Tianhe hurriedly bowed to return the greeting. Cai Lai shrugged his shoulders and said leisurely, Old Master Mu, you're Mu Yu's grandfather, so you're naturally my elder as well. Mu Yu and I are good friends, so I didn't prepare anything for our first meeting. If you have any requests for elixirs, feel free to let me know. However, I can only give you Tier 5 elixirs. I can't give you Tier 6 elixirs. Give, Tier 5 elixirs. Mu Tianhe felt that his heart couldn't take it anymore. He was originally just the clan head of a family in Clearwater City. Before Sikong Chiwen, the highest cultivation in Clearwater City was only the out-of-body stage. It was even more impossible for a Tier 5 alchemist to appear. In the past, if a Tier 4 elixir appeared in Clearwater City, many families would fight over it. How would he dare to have extravagant hopes for Tier 5 elixirs? Mu Yu was about to pee his pants from laughter. To the current Mu Yu, Tier 5 elixirs weren't even worth mentioning. Mu Yu also didn't tell Mu Tianhe that he had hundreds of Tier 6 elixirs in his hands. He felt that they were like free jelly beans. Here are 3 Tier 5 spirit restoring elixirs, 2 Tier 5 longevity extending elixirs, and 7 Tier 5 first essence chi gathering elixirs. This is a small greeting gift. I hope Old Master Mu won't mind. Cai Lai generously handed 3 bottles of elixirs to Mu Tianhe in front of everyone. Gulp. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Those were Tier 5 elixirs. Every elixir was worth hundreds of thousands, but Cai Lai gave them away just like that. A small greeting gift. Damn it. What greeting gift could be more precious than this? Everyone stared at the 3 bottles of elixirs in Mu Tianhe's hands with envy and undisguised greed. The temptation of Tier 5 elixirs was simply too great for them. They didn't expect Cai Lai to give Mu Tianhe 12 Tier 5 elixirs the moment they met. How was he going to live? This is for me. Mu Tianhe was horrified. Today's events were a bit strange. At first, he was humiliated by Sikong Gaoming for not having a decent follower. Who would have thought that a severed soul stage cultivator would suddenly jump out to protect him? Then, a rank 5 alchemist from the Pill Cauldron School would appear and treat him with respect. He even gave him 12 rank 5 pills. What kind of people did his grandson get to know? Cai Lai was a little embarrassed as he said, "Old Master Mu, please don't mind me. I can only take out level 5 pills right now. When I have level 6 pills in the future, I'll give you a few more." F***CK. F***CK. Was he going to give her candy? Sikong Gaoming's face turned green. He finally understood what kind of person he was mocking. As the disciple of a true god, how could this Mu Yu be someone he could casually guess? Mu Tianhe was Mu Yu's grandfather. How could Mu Yu let others look down on his grandfather so easily? This gift is too precious. Master Cai Lai, Mu Tianhe wiped the sweat from his forehead. Only now did he understand how powerful his grandson was. He was the disciple of a true god, an existence that many people wanted to curry favor with. Mu Yu, who was at the side, curled his lips. This lousy pill was simply not in his eyes. It's fine. I'm just here to join in the fun. Look, there's gambling here. Let me see. Mu Yu's odds are so high, but no one has bet yet. Then, I'll bet 1 million. Cai Lai took out a jade pendant, which was the proof of 1 million spirit stones. He directly threw it into the array in front of the transparent pillar marked with Mu Yu's name. At the same time, a drop of blood floated in. The array swallowed the jade pendant in an instant, and then turned into a green dot of light and merged with the pitiful light dot. Master Lu also took out a jade pendant and threw it into the array belonging to Mu Yu without hesitation. I'll also bet 1 million for young Master Mu Yu. What the F***CK, these two rich and overbearing big shot. The gambling house naturally did not only have bets on these 3 transparent pillars. This was the simplest and most straightforward method of gambling. Other than that, there were other methods of betting. For example, who would win the battle between Mu Yu and Sikong Chiwen? Who would win the battle between Mu Yu and Tian Bu Wait? Who would win the battle between Tian Bu Wait and Sikong Chiwen? Would each person win 1 or 2 out of the 2 matches? Would there be deaths in the 3 matches? Who was most likely to die? Would the match between Mu Yu and Sikong Chiwen last for 2 hours? Would there be instant kills? Would the winner win by a landslide or by a fluke? So on and so forth. The 3 simple matches were divided into more than 100 betting methods by Zhu Biying. All of them were betting formations designed by Master Lu. It was very exquisite. This betting method was carefully researched by Zhu Biying. No matter who won in the end, the gambling house would not lose money because he reasonably reduced all kinds of risks to the minimum. Under everyone's gaze, Lei Lai bet more than 100 bets on Mu Yu's situation. He spent about 1 million from start to finish. Alchemists were very generous and would never lack money to spend. Well, old Master Mu, can I go to your house to find Mu Yu to talk about the old days? This 2 million is waiting for him to become 20 million in the future. Lei Lai glanced at the other 2 transparent pillars. He was very confident in Mu Yu. Of course you can. I couldn't ask for more. Mu Tianhe hurriedly made a please gesture. Whether it was the 5th rank alchemist or the severed spirit stage great god beside him who called him master, they were not people he could offend. The other party only respected him because of Mu Yu's face. He didn't dare to be arrogant at all. Under everyone's strange gaze, Mu Tianhe insisted on letting his attendant Master Lu walk in front. He himself followed behind with a respectful expression. Lei Lai, on the other hand, didn't have so many scruples. He casually yawned and walked together with Mu Tianhe. Mu Yu glanced at the ashen-faced Sikong Gaoming, then happily followed Mu Tianhe out of the gambling house. When they returned to the Mu family, Mu Tianhe didn't dare to neglect the 2 great gods beside him. He knew that he wasn't Mu Yu. He didn't have a deep relationship with them, so it was better to be humble. 2 lords, please take a seat. I'll send someone to call Mu Yu. Mu Tianhe invited Master Lu and Lei Lai into the hall and quickly ordered the servants to serve them tea. Mu Bo wanted to go out and find Mu Yu. No need, grandfather, I'm here. Mu Yu walked in with a smile on his face. Mu Yu, there are 2 lords here. One is a 5th rank alchemist, and the other is a severed spirit stage cultivator. Don't neglect them. Mu Tianhe saw Mu Yu come in and was relieved. Grandfather, they are all my friends. You don't have to worry about anything. Mu Yu comforted Mu Tianhe, then walked over and gave Cai Lai a bear hug. Hey, I was wondering where you went this year. It turned out to be to recognize your ancestors, Cai Lai said with a smile. Mu Yu spread his hands. He didn't just simply recognize his ancestors this year, but there was no need to be so clear. He said to Mu Tianhe, Grandfather, let me introduce you. This is Pill Cauldron Sect's Cai Lai, a proud disciple of Master Yarrow Wu. This is Array Sect's Xiantian Array Master, Master Lu Dei. You two can get to know each other. Greetings, Master Mu. Just now, Mu Yu asked me to help you save face. I didn't scare Master Mu, did I? Master Lu laughed. Just now, he was just acting. Now, there was no need to hide anything. Master Lu, you must be joking. You really flattered me just now. Mu Tianhe hurriedly returned the greeting. Array Sect's Xiantian Array Masters were quite famous in the cultivation world. Their array formations were extremely mysterious and powerful. I've heard a lot about Master Lu. I'm Pill Cauldron Sect's Cai Lai. Cai Lai also greeted Master Lu. He had already introduced himself to Mu Tianhe. Greetings, Master Cai Lai. Master Lu cupped his hands. All right, don't call me Master. Cai Lai, why are you here in Clearwater City? Mu Yu asked as he gestured for everyone to sit down. Mu Tianhe looked at Mu Yu's casual attitude and felt helpless. There was a level 5 alchemist and Xiantian Array Master here. They were all famous people in the cultivation world. However, his grandson was not polite at all. Even he had forgotten about the relationship between Mu Yu and Pill Cauldron Sect. Of course I'm here to look for you. The news of your appearance in Clearwater City and the fact that you're going to fight with Sikong Chiwen and Tian Buwai has spread like wildfire. Of course I'm here to join in the fun, Cai Lai said. However, he quickly stopped smiling and asked, speaking of which, are you really confident that you can fight with Sikong Chiwen and Tian Buwai? Didn't you bet on me winning? Why don't you have confidence in me now? Mu Yu laughed. I know that you can always create miracles. However, the extreme immortals on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard are not ordinary. That's why I'm still a little worried. Cai Lai did not know Mu Yu's exact situation. Although he knew that Mu Yu had robbed so many level 6 and level 7 alchemists of Pill Cauldron Sect and had countless high-level elixirs, he was still one level away from Pill Cauldron Sect. It would be difficult for him to rely on elixirs for long. Yes, I'm starting to worry about you now. How confident are you in defeating them? If you can't win, don't force yourself. There will be plenty of chances in the future, Mu Tianhe said worriedly. Master Lu said, don't worry. Mu Yu might not lose to them. Others might not know about Mu Yu's current identity, but how could Master Lu not know? Mu Yu was now the sect master of Array Talisman Sect and the master of Chaotic Yin and Yang. Although Mu Yu had never displayed how powerful Chaotic Yin and Yang was, Master Lu, as a member of the Array Sect, naturally knew all about it like the back of his hand. Chaotic Yin and Yang was not only the nemesis of all Array Masters, it also allowed Mu Yu to overcome the weakness of an Array Master. It could be said that when Mu Yu used an Array Master to fight against enemies, the spiritual chi of the Array base would not dry up. Array Masters were originally the most powerful existences among all cultivators. It was just that they had shortcomings. And with Chaotic Yin and Yang, Mu Yu was an Array Master without any shortcomings. He could erupt with powerful combat strength at any time. Those who underestimated him would not have a good ending. Most importantly, Master Lu remembered that Mu Yu had also learned the Supreme Sky Sword 9 Guide Sword formation. That was an extremely terrifying move. Look, Master Lu has confidence in me. Although Mu Yu spoke so much, he would definitely not underestimate his opponents. After all, his two opponents were not ordinary people. But to be honest, those two are the last opponents you have to consider. You have to be careful of some dark hands. Master Lu pondered for a moment and said slowly, Dark hands? Who would do such a thing to me? 8 gates. Mu Yu's eyebrows slightly raised. Besides Sikong Chiwen and Tien Bu, who else would want to make things difficult for him? It's not 8 gates, but some idle people. Master Lu said. Chapter 526. Master Lu pondered for a while and said, "You should know that the evil sects are very successful in this kind of gambling business, right?" "I know. I also know that no one is willing to renege on a debt in the territory of the evil sect." Mu Yu nodded. The evil sects were famous for their good reputation in places like crooked practices. There was no need to worry about anyone reneging on a debt in their territory. This was because the evil sect's way of collecting debts was first class. They would make the person who reneged on the debt not dare to default a second time in their life. The evil sects, who acted casually, had the ability to do this. Very few people in the cultivation world were willing to offend them. They often open all kinds of casinos in the cultivation world, especially after the Supreme Immortal ranking is released. Almost every Supreme Immortal on the ranking will become their gambling method. I know this very well because it's not the first time I've set up a gambling array for the evil sect's casinos, Master Lu said. Arrays were used in many places on the 3 continents. Although many self-cultivators more or less had some knowledge about arrays, when it came to some complicated arrays, many people were more willing to invite array masters and talisman masters from the array sect and the talisman sect to solve them. Master Lu had also designed many arrays for the evil sects to facilitate gambling, so he knew a lot of inside information about the evil sect's casinos. How do they use the Supreme Immortals to gamble? Cai Lai asked in surprise. Master Lu had been in the cultivation world for many years and had heard a lot of things. He continued, the gambling method is very simple. It's about how many days a Supreme Immortal can stay on a certain ranking. For example, how many times the Supreme Immortal from the 99th to the 90th place will change in a month, and how many times the top 50 Supreme Immortals will change in a month. These are all the ways they gamble. Mu Yu was very curious. This was the first time he had heard of these things. There were changes on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard almost every day. Many people were challenging others in order to become stronger Supreme Immortals. There were countless deaths and injuries, so the rankings changed very quickly. Who would have thought that they would seize this opportunity to gamble? The evil sects were really capable of doing anything. Where there is gambling, there will be some hot-headed gamblers. Sometimes, they will even bet all their wealth in order to win. I often hear from the gambling houses of the evil sects that the patriarchs of cultivation clans in certain cities have lost all their family properties. These are things that I have become accustomed to. Master Lu shook his head, clearly feeling pity for these things. It could be imagined that after struggling for most of their lives and finally being able to gain a foothold in a certain place with great difficulty, they had gambled their family business for unnecessary vanity. This was quite lamentable. Mu Tianhe's face turned red. He had just bet 10,000 spirit stones for Mu Yu. He hastily said, "Gentlemen, don't worry, I won't be so reckless. Just now I just couldn't stand Mu Yu being looked down upon." Master Lu laughed and said, "Mu Laoi is overthinking, I am not referring to you. Besides, in that kind of situation just now, if it were me, I would also throw in some money to fight back. But then again, betting on the rankings of extreme immortals is very unreliable because the rankings between 2 extreme immortals can be interfered with. Human interference. There are actually people who would challenge the dignity of the third layer palace to interfere with the rankings of extreme immortals." Mu Tianhe was shocked. The rankings of extreme immortals are a very cruel challenge. As long as the older generation doesn't attack the extreme immortals, it is very normal for extreme immortals to kill each other. Under the conditions set by the third layer palace, there are many ways to interfere with the rankings of extreme immortals. Cai Lai continued. For example, Mu Tianhe was only the patriarch of a cultivation clan in Clearwater City. He didn't know as much about extreme immortals as other people. Mu Yu said slowly, for example, spending a large amount of money to hire a top extreme immortal to kill a lower-ranked extreme immortal. Mu Yu was no stranger to people interfering with the rankings of extreme immortals. Back then, Tian Buwai captured a bottom extreme immortal and controlled Ku Mu to kill that extreme immortal, causing Ku Mu to be killed by the people of the Third Layer Palace. Tian Buwai's actions were equivalent to interfering with the rankings of extreme immortals. He didn't violate the rules of the Third Layer Palace. I still don't understand. Is it that easy to hire an extreme immortal to kill another extreme immortal? Mu Tianhe asked. In his eyes, every extreme immortal was unreachable. They had their own principles. Why would they kill for money? The Silhouette being organization's most famous assassins of the 24 solar terms. 5 of them are on the rankings of extreme immortals. Mu Yu remembered that Ku Mu used to tell him about the Silhouette being organization. He used to warn Mu Yu to be careful of the Silhouette being organization. Mu Yu had never interacted with the Silhouette being organization. However, he once obtained a piece of extreme immortal green jade from Huaibeiya. There was a list of extreme immortals on it. The assassins of the Silhouette being organization were called Shadow Killers. Their codenames were based on the 24 solar terms. At that time, Ku Mu pointed out the 5 Shadow Killers on the rankings. They were Hibernation Awakening, Clarity, Awesomeness, White Dew, and Great Cold. The 5 Shadow Killers were all ranked in the top 50. They were more than enough to assassinate other extreme immortals. Ku Mu once told him that the 24 Shadow Killers were all very powerful. Just because they were not on the rankings did not mean that they were not powerful. It just meant that they were over 40 years old and were not qualified to be on the rankings. That's right. Hiring the Shadow Killers is a very cost-effective thing to do. I remember something similar happened in a gambling den somewhere. 2 people spent 10 million to bet on whether the 99th Extreme Immortal would change within 2 days. The person who bet that something would happen directly spent 5 million to hire Shadow Killer to kill the 99th Extreme Immortal. This person won 10 million from the other party without any hesitation. After deducting the 5 million he spent to hire Shadow Killer, he made a net profit of 5 million, Master Lu said. This kind of dark gambling was common in the gambling dens of the evil sects. Whenever there was a bet related to the ranking of extreme immortals, there would be many gamblers who would hire the Shadow Killers to ensure that they would not lose money. If the Shadow Killers on the ranking of extreme immortals killed an extreme immortal, they would not be punished by the 3 palaces. Many people undoubtedly took advantage of this rule. But aren't the extreme immortals on the ranking of extreme immortals used to fight against human in the future? Wouldn't the 3 palaces be angry if the extreme immortals on the ranking of extreme immortals were used as a tool to make a profit? Mu Tianhe found it unbelievable. The people of the 3 palaces would be angry? That's strange. Mu Yu recalled what Gomang had told him. The 3 palaces did not exist to protect the human race, but to start a war. The more people died, the more soul energy they would produce, and the stronger the 3 palaces would be. The 3 palaces would be happy to see this happen. Announcing the ranking of extreme immortals meant endless slaughter and the loss of lives. Why would they stop it? Mu Yu knew the inside story, but he did not have any evidence, nor could he convince anyone. The 3 palaces were too powerful. Even if he told the others about the 3 palaces conspiracy, no one would believe him. He might even be treated as a traitor of the human race. Only the extreme immortals who can survive in their own environment are qualified to lead the human race to fight against human, right? Cai Lai was very open-minded about this matter. Cai Lai was also a member of the extreme immortal ranking. He was ranked very low, at 86th place. In addition, because he was a pill refiner, very few people dared to target him. But this shouldn't have anything to do with Mu Yu, right? Judging from the situation in the gambling house, there are too few people who are optimistic about Mu Yu. If someone wants to ask the Shadow Killers to help, they should be targeting Sikong Chiwen or Tian Buy, right? Mu Tianhe guessed. Mu Yu's cultivation was the weakest among the 3 of them. When he thought about how few people bet on him even though the gambling house had offered such a high payout, It was clear how low the chances of him winning were in everyone's heart. It's not like that. I've been invited to the gambling house these few days to ensure that the array formation is foolproof. I've inadvertently heard a lot of news. Ever since Mu Yu became famous, he was always the one who could create all kinds of miracles. Think about how he killed a cultivator in the nascent soul stage during the Jindan period, and how he defeated a demon in the 9th heaven of the out-of-body stage when he had just broken through to the 1st heaven of the out-of-body stage. For many people who bet on Tian Buy or Sikong Chiwen winning, Mu Yu was an uncertain factor. In order to prevent Mu Yu from creating another miracle and affecting the gambling house, it's said that someone has already asked the shadow killers to deal with Mu Yu, Master Lu said solemnly. Mu Yu scratched his head. He didn't expect that he would be targeted just because he wanted to be a good person. He was really helpless. Then what should we do? Mu Yu is only ranked 61st. How can he be a match for the shadow killers, who are ranked higher? Mu Tianhe asked solemnly. This is only an underground rumor in the gambling house for now. However, it's said that the 43rd ranked shadow killers, Qing Ming, have already arrived in Clearwater City. I don't know who Qing Ming the shadow killer is here to deal with, but I will ensure your safety for the next few days. Qing Ming the shadow killer is much scarier than Sikong Chiwen and Tian Bu. Wait, Master Lu said solemnly. Master Lu was in the spirit severing stage. If he encountered the shadow killers, he could block them for a while. Although the rules of the Sanchong Palace forbade cultivators over the age of 40 from killing extreme immortals, if some extreme immortals came to provoke Master Lu could teach them a good lesson, as long as they didn't kill anyone. That's right, Mu Yu. Based on what Master Lu said, you'll only be safe if you stay with him, Mu Tianhe said worriedly. Mu Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He asked, the shadow killers might not be here to kill me. They might be here to kill Tian Buy or Sikong Chiwen. What if there are 3 rich people who each hire a shadow killer to deal with the 3 of you? Mu Tianhe asked. Mu Yu shook his head. No, the Silhouette Being organization wouldn't do that. In order to prevent 2 shadow killers from killing each other, the Silhouette Being organization would only accept a mission from one party. In other words, if someone hired a shadow killer to kill Sikong Chiwen, then the shadow killer wouldn't accept the mission to assassinate Tian Buy. Compared to the other 2, Mu Yu's chances of winning were too low. It was very likely that the client just didn't want to cause trouble for Mu Yu and asked the shadow killer to kill him as well. I don't know if Qing Ming wants to assassinate Tian Buy or Sikong Chiwen, but I think the client will definitely ask Qing Ming to kill you as well. You have to know that the gambling houses aren't only in Clearwater City. The rich people in other cities are also betting outside. It's more likely that someone from a certain sect is behind this. The water here is very deep. You will never be able to guess who hired Qing Ming, Lu Xianxia said. Then did you find out how much it costs to hire Qing Ming? Mu Yu asked. One had to know that the weaker the shadow killer, the lower the price, but if it was Tian Buy or Sikong Chiwen, the price would definitely be ridiculously high. I heard that it's 70 million spirit stones, but I don't know who hired it. It's very likely that it's also targeting you. In short, you have to be careful. 70 million. To be able to spend 70 million spirit stones on the life of an extreme immortal, it was enough to show that the person behind this must be a very rich person. He must have made a big bet with another rich person, and the bet probably involved hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Otherwise, they would lose money. However, the 2 people who made this bet were not in Clearwater City. This was because there was no purple light that represented more than 50 million spirit stones in the gambling house. Chapter 527. Originally, it was just a contest between 3 extreme immortals, but there were always some big gamblers who raised it to a contest between 4 extreme immortals. Mu Yu had always believed that most of the time, it was trouble that came to him, not him. However, he wasn't a person who was afraid of trouble. Naturally, he wouldn't accept Master Lu's suggestion. Now, he didn't need to rely on others to protect him. He needed to solve his own problems. Master Lu, you don't need to go to the gambling house every day, do you? Mu Yu asked. The gambling house invited me to maintain the formation until the three of you come to an end. However, I brought more than 20 culmination disciples with me. Of course, Sichu Yangtian also came with me. Besides maintaining the business of the gambling house, we also have other business to do. The culmination disciples can help me look after it. Your safety is more important, Master Lu said. Sichu Yangtian is here too? Where is he? Mu Yu asked in surprise. He had never liked Sichu Yangtian because Sichu Yangtian was always at odds with Master Lu and Mu Yu. Mu Yu even regarded him as a spy. However, he later discovered that Sichu Yangtian didn't like them because he had long sensed that something was wrong with Master Lu. Sichu Yangtian brought the other culmination disciples to deal with some other formations. When he's done, he'll come find you, Master Lu said. Mu Yu always felt that Master Lu's purpose in coming to Clearwater City wasn't simple. He asked, "You didn't come to Clearwater City just for the gambling house, right? What kind of business do you want to do?" Master Lu smiled a little embarrassedly. "The gambling house is just one of our businesses. This time, we plan to reasonably make use of the cultivators who came to watch the contest and make a lot of money from them." "How do you make money?" Mu Yu was a little curious. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a qualified sect leader at all. He didn't know much about many of the businesses of the Array faction. "It's like this. Because of the three of you, more than 100,000 foreign self-cultivators have flooded into Clearwater City. Including the local self-cultivators, there are about 200,000 of them. It is impossible for these 200,000 cultivators to watch your competition at the same time, so we plan to create some arrays to disperse these people to different places. They can watch our competition from different places in the desert through our arrays." Lu Xianxia explained. "Are you planning to build a mirage array formation?" Mu Yu quickly thought of this kind of array formation. Using the principle of Fata Morgana, the battle situation was projected to different places. This way, it would be enough for 200,000 people to see this battle. During the Talisman Array competition, the Array faction had used the Mirage Array formation to deceive the members of the Talisman faction. Those disciples of the Array faction who were watching the competition were actually not present at the martial arts practice grounds. "Yes," Master Lu said. "You guys really do all kinds of business." Mu Yu smiled helplessly. In order to make money, Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian had set their sights on him, the sect master. However, Mu Yu couldn't blame them. This was indeed a business opportunity and a good opportunity to make money. It was beneficial to the development of the Array faction, so naturally, they couldn't miss it. "We've embarrassed ourselves in front of you. If you don't want others to see, we don't have to do this," Master Lu hurriedly said. Mu Yu shook his head. "No need. You guys can do it. However, if you have nothing to do these few days, stay in the wood residence and help me set up a few more protective arrays. Also, when my grandfather goes out, you can follow him. I don't need you to do anything. Is there anyone who doesn't have eyes who dares to offend my grandfather? You should intimidate them. But I'm more worried about you," Master Lu said hesitantly. Mu Yu smiled. "Don't worry, Master Lu, there are many people who want to kill me. Qingming won't make a difference." Master Lu looked at Mu Yu's confident expression and could only nod helplessly. Mu Yu asked Master Lu to follow his grandfather to check out the terrain of the wood residence. At the same time, he also helped the wood residence perfect the protective arrays. In this aspect, Master Lu was more experienced. Soon, only he and Cai Lai were left in the hall. He still had some other things to ask Cai Lai. "Do you have any news about Tian Ran?" Mu Yu asked. He hadn't seen Tian Ran since they parted ways at 8 Grass Village. At that time, Tian Ran said in front of everyone that she liked Mu Yu. At that time, Mu Yu knew that this girl was the one he could do anything for. After Deadwood Daddy's accident, he went to the Array faction to learn array techniques and never looked for Tian Ran again. He thought that after causing such a big commotion, Tian Ran would come to Clearwater City to look for him. When Cai Lai heard about Tian Ran, he sighed slightly. "I've never seen her, But I heard that Tien Ran is highly valued by the Red Dust Sect because she defeated the demon clan at 8 Grass Village. I heard that they've already decided to groom Tien Ran as a fairy. The Red Dust Sect has always valued Tien Ran's talent. When she disappeared with you, the entire Red Dust Sect went crazy. After the incident at 8 Grass Village, they almost decided to groom Tien Ran as the next sect master. Fairy? Isn't it the Holy Maiden? Mu Yu found it strange. The disciples of the Red Dust Sect are divided into ordinary disciples, Holy Maiden, and Fairy. The Holy Maiden is a disciple with outstanding talent and has the highest chance of becoming the next sect master. When the Holy Maiden is strong enough, she will become a fairy and be allowed to enter the Red Dust Celestial Pond to cultivate. Whoever can cultivate the Red Dust Lotus technique to the highest level will be the next sect master. Tien Ran is currently cultivating in the Red Dust Celestial Pond. Mu Yu frowned slightly, because he remembered that Tien Ran had once said that the Red Dust Sect's sect master could not be with a man. Miao Yuyen was imprisoned in the Red Dust Sect because she had broken the precepts, and was not allowed to come out even now. If Tien Ran became the sect master of the Red Dust Sect, what would happen to him? He did not know what Tien Ran was thinking, but he needed to see Tien Ran. I know what you're thinking, but the Red Dust Celestial Pond is a place where outsiders can't enter. At least with your current strength, you can't force your way into the Red Dust Sect. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Tien Ran for you. Cai Lai patted Mu Yu's shoulder. The Danding Sect and the Red Dust Sect had a good relationship. Tien Ran used to learn alchemy from Grandmaster Medicine and was considered to be from the same sect as Cai Lai. Cai Lai had known Tien Ran for a long time. Mu Yu thought of something. In a few months, his master would be free from the immortal confinement prison and recover his cultivation. At that time, his master would definitely go to the Red Dust Sect to save Tien Ran. As his master's daughter, the Red Dust Sect would not dare to do anything to her. Thinking of this, Mu Yu was slightly relieved. As long as his master was around, Tien Ran would not have the same fate as her mother. However, Mu Yu was also worried about something. Since the formation Heavenly Dao had passed away, Bai Jie's control over the immortal confinement prison had increased. What if Bai Jie stopped Feng Haochen from recovering his cultivation? Cai Lai had just arrived in Clearwater City and had not found a place to stay, so he stayed at Mu Yu's place. There were only 7 days left until the 6th day of the 6th month. However, at this time, Sikong Chiwen sent someone to deliver a challenge to Mu Yu. The location of the battle on the 6th day of the 6th month was the Death Desert, which was 10 miles away from the east gate of Clearwater City. The location of the battle was not surprising. The area of effect of their battle was too wide. It would cause a lot of damage in Clearwater City, so the desert was the best place to fight. Regarding this battle, according to Sikong Chiwen's arrogant arrangement, Sikong Chiwen would first fight against Tian Bushi, and then he would fight against Mu Yu. However, Mu Yu did not care about this. He did not care if he could defeat Sikong Chiwen, but he had already decided to kill Tian Bushi. Ever since Tian Bushi came to Clearwater City, he had not seen Tian Bushi. Tian Bushi had always been waiting for him to seek revenge. They were destined to end this. Mu Yu sat cross-legged in his courtyard and used the Dustfall mantra to expel the distracting thoughts in his mind. Ever since Master Lu came, he had entrusted the task of teaching Mu Yu to the two of them. This was because Mu Yu needed to cultivate himself. Now that his cultivation had reached the 9th heaven of the out-of-body stage, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. However, he still had not found the opportunity to break through. He always felt that something was missing. The Dustfall mantra was used together with the Heavenly Sword 9 guides. He had completely mastered the Dustfall mantra. He could split one sword into 9 forms, and could also use 9 by 9 to return to 1. He had also mastered the core sword formation of the Heavenly Sword 9 guides. Coupled with his powerful formation techniques, his strength was comparable to the spirit severing stage. However, he only knew his limits. If he did not break through to the spirit severing stage, he would still be at a disadvantage against Tian Bushi. Tian Bushi was different from Tian Kai-yu. Tian Kai-yu's cultivation was only at the first heaven of the spirit-severing stage, and looking at his unstable aura, it was estimated that he had just stepped into the spirit-severing stage. In front of Mu Yu, he was not worth mentioning. However, Tian Bushi was not that kind of idiot. As the young master of Stargate, how could he be so simple? Not to mention, there was also the mysterious rise of Sikong Chiwen. The sword light streaked across the courtyard, creating a ripple, and the shadow disappeared into the void. Mu Yu walked around the courtyard as if he was taking a stroll. As his figure changed, the shadow sword light emerged from all directions. The purple fallen flowers in the courtyard spread silently, intertwining with Mu Yu's aura. The purple fallen flower was a tough ornamental flower. When it first bloomed, it was red, and then it would go through 7 colors, from red to orange to purple before it withered. That was why it was called the purple fallen flower. Because of the uniqueness of the purple fallen flower, it was loved by people. Mu Yu also liked this saying, because it was like experiencing a colorful life. When it withered, it was at least brilliant. At this time, the purple fallen flower was blue. Its branches were spreading, and the green leaves were rhythmically moving. It was connected to Mu Yu's pulse. Cultivating in the plant made it easier for his heart to calm down. His wood spirit was originally an incredibly sturdy human sacred artifact, and it could transform into thousands of plants in the world. When it transformed into another plant, it would possess all of the characteristics of that plant. This also meant that the transformed plant would lack the indestructible characteristic. This was one of Mu Yu's regrets. If the Mu Ling transformed into a plant as tough as it would be a great help to Mu Yu. Mu Yu had used the Mu Ling countless times until now. He had no choice but to use it carefully. This was because cultivators and Yu Meng were sworn enemies. If his ability was leaked, it would bring him a lot of trouble. Fortunately, he had learned how to use formations. When using formations, he could use spiritual energy to transform other things, whether it was flames, plants, or water. Therefore, formations became a clever disguise for Mu Yu when he used the Mu Ling. He could use formations to hide his ability to control trees. If he wanted to defeat Tian Bushi, he needed to have the ability to control plant. With a slash of the sword, all the purple fallen flowers bloomed again and turned red. The sword fell and the flowers bloomed, and the heart was calm. Mu Yu comprehended the sword intent in the purple fallen flowers around him. The flowers were soft, and the sword was sharp. The sword edge smelled the fragrance of the flowers, and the hardness and softness were combined. He understood something in his heart. The purple fallen flowers floated in the air, and the shadows flashed and intertwined. The sword chi was awe-inspiring, but it did not hurt a single petal. The sword in his heart shuttled back and forth in the rain of flowers, only killing those who deserved to be killed. With the sword in his heart, there was a sword everywhere. Countless shadows of sword light appeared from the void and flashed through the gaps of the rain of flowers. The sharp sword power evolved around Mu Yu, and Mu Yu was like an ancient mountain, standing still. After a long time, Mu Yu opened his eyes. The sword chi around him dissipated, and the purple fallen flowers fell back to the branches. He still couldn't break through the barrier and reach the spirit-severing stage. Chapter 528. Little Shuai, do you think there's a way to make the plants that Mu Ling transforms into possess Mu Ling's invincible characteristics? Mu Yu asked. It was a bit funny. He was the owner of Mu Ling, but he didn't know as much about Mu Ling as a little foodie. Little Shuai was flipping through the Demon Beast Nutrition and Diet Encyclopedia, and said without looking up, there is. But it's quite troublesome. Tell me about it. Mu Yu wasn't afraid of trouble, but he needed to make up for Mu Ling's flaws. Kill people. When the sword's impulses are filled, the plants that it transforms into will possess the invincible characteristics. Little Shuai said lazily. Mu Yu didn't say anything. He used to dislike killing, but ever since Deadwood Daddy died, he found that his state of mind had unknowingly changed. When he killed someone, he would no longer feel uncomfortable, and he would even feel an inexplicable sense of carefreeness. It was a sense of carefreeness that shouldn't exist in his heart. He liked a thriving life, liked all life to move according to his own path, but he didn't know when it started, but he gradually began to accept killing. Whether it was breaking the ninth heaven-sealing demon formation or repairing Mu Ling, killing seemed to have become a path that he had to walk. He always remembered his master's words. When you feel that you can do something that's worthy of your heart, then do it, even if it's killing someone. So he would kill Tian Buwai, he would kill Shi Dengtian, he would kill everyone that deserved to be killed. He didn't think about how killing these people would affect his state of mind. I understand. Mu Yu nodded. In life, many things couldn't be avoided just because you didn't like it, and killing was the same. What do you understand? Tomorrow I'll make you braised tiger bear penis to satisfy your cravings. Little Shuai held the cookbook in his arms like it was a treasure, and was still drooling foolishly. The cookbook was twice his size. I want steamed, Longteng said. Mu Yu shook his head helplessly. It was good to have no worries. The last floor of the Star Pavilion was once again reserved by the 8 gates. Heaven Doesn't Wait sat elegantly on a chair with the others. There were more than 100 disciples from the 8 sects present. These people had only recently arrived at Clearwater City to discuss how to deal with Sikong Chiwen. Everyone was looking at Tian Bu Can't Wait. Here, Tian Bu Can't Wait had become the focal point. There were also a dozen or so unfamiliar young men and women present. Everyone's aura was very calm and restrained, but they were also very sharp. Xianling sect's Cao Choshure, ranked 53rd in the extreme immortal realm. His cultivation base was at the 5th level of the spirit severing stage. Door of Life and Death Sai Wusheng, ranked 54th in the extreme immortal realm. His cultivation base was at the 5th level of spirit severing stage. Solitary Fiend sect Shinjiu, ranked 55th among the extreme immortals. His cultivation was at the 4th level of the spirit severing stage. These people were the elites of the 8 gates. They were all here for the battle between Tian Bu Wait and Sikong Chiwen. These weren't the only powerful disciples of the 8 gates. It was just that the top 50 disciples had already gone into seclusion to cultivate. They wouldn't casually leave the gates until the last moment. Tian Bu Wait sipped a cup of tea. Beside him sat an old man with his eyes closed. It was Tian Jiancheng, the unification stage expert who had entered the Yin Corpse formation with Master Lu back at the Sand Eagle King City. Everyone, tell us what you've found out about Sikong Chiwen, Cao Choshure said. Sikong Chiwen is too mysterious. We don't know much about him. The Sikong family was supported by the Mu family in the past. I heard that they wanted to devour the Mu family, but they were stopped by Mu Yu at the critical moment, Fairy Mengxin said. Sikong Chiwen was able to increase his cultivation from the Jindan period to the spirit severing stage in just a few months. This ability is too strange. We have to find out how he did it, Shinjiu said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. Actually, this was the reason why the 8 gates had joined forces. Sikong Chiwen must have had a fortuitous encounter to be able to grow so much in such a short period of time. If they could obtain Sikong Chiwen's fortune, it would be an incredible treasure for the 8 gate. If this was a tyrannical cultivation method, then whichever sect obtained this cultivation method would be able to mass-produce powerful extreme immortals. The number of extreme immortals represented the strength of a sect. Therefore, everyone was even more curious about how Sikong Chiwen had risen. Let's agree first. We can help Tian Bu Wait defeat Sikong Chiwen, but we must all know Sikong Chiwen's secret. Dai Wusheng said in a hoarse voice like a zombie. Of course, Tian Bu Wait said with a slight nod. The reason why the 8 gates had joined forces was naturally not as simple as it seemed. They said it was for the sake of those who had been beaten unconscious by Sikong Chiwen, but more importantly, it was because Sikong Chiwen had too many secrets. Those secrets were coveted by everyone, otherwise, it would be impossible for the 8 gates to work together. This was also why Tian Bu Wait accepted Sikong Chiwen's challenge. It was to save those who had fainted and for Sikong Chiwen's secret. Although Tian Bu Wait was powerful, The disciples of the other 8 gates were also very arrogant. If it wasn't for the same goal, who would be willing to put down their face to deal with one person? If this spread out, it would be embarrassing. Tian Bu Wait put down the tea in his hand and asked, "How did Mu Yu kill my junior apprentice brother Tian Kai Yu in one move?" Fairy Meng Xin, Xing Jiao, and the others looked at each other. Back then, they had all been present, but even they hadn't been able to stop Mu Yu in time. Mu Yu's speed was simply too fast. They simply couldn't react. Xing Jiao recounted what he had seen in detail. Actually, even if he said it in detail, it was not very clear to everyone. After all, he had killed Tian Kai Yu with a single move. Even if Xing Jiao wanted to say more, he could only give a brief description. Mu Yu disappeared for a while. Now that he has reappeared in Clearwater City, his cultivation has improved so much. He is also someone we need to consider, Tian Bu Wait said slowly. But no matter how powerful he is only in the out-of-body stage. Xianling sect's Zhu Ku stopped halfway. He was already able to kill Tian Kai Yu, who was in the first celestial stage of the spirit-severing stage. Who knew what else he could do? I heard that shadow killer Qing Ming has arrived in Clearwater City. I wonder who spent 70 million to invite him. It's hard to say whether he is here for Sikong Chiwen, brother Bu Wait, or Mu Yu. We also need to be careful of Qing Ming, Cao Choshure said. Speaking of shadow killer Qing Ming, everyone from the 8 gates became serious. The Silhouette being organization was never a good organization. They belonged to the dark forces and did shady business. They were not weaker than the 8 gates at all. Many of the 8 gates disciples had also died at the hands of Shadow Killer. However, Shadow Killer did things in a simple and efficient manner. He came and went like a ghost, and no one had any evidence against him. Therefore, even if they suspected Shadow Killer, there was no solid evidence. All self-cultivators knew one thing. If they had a grudge against the 8 gates and didn't dare to or couldn't take revenge, then they would definitely look for Shadow Killer. Of course, Shadow Killer also had to bear the risk of killing someone from the 8 gates. Therefore, the price was too high. Normal self-cultivators couldn't afford it. Shadow Killer Qing Ming? Tian Bu Wait rubbed his chin. No one knew what he was thinking. Shadow Killer Qing Ming, ranked 43rd in the Extreme Immortal ranking. He was a very scary assassin. Even Tian Bu Wait had to be careful of him. Shadow Killer Qing Ming's whereabouts are very strange. No one knew about their missions before. Why did they come to Clearwater City this time? Fairy Meng Xin asked, puzzled. No one knew why Shadow Killer Qing Ming was coming. Normally, Shadow Killer Qing Ming's whereabouts wouldn't be leaked. Because they came and went like a ghost, no one knew what mission they had accepted. However, this time seemed to be an exception. Shadow Killer Qing Ming's arrival in Clearwater City was known by others. This was extremely rare. Perhaps some idle person in the self-cultivation world wants to make this battle even more interesting, Tian Bu Wait said calmly. There were many rich people in the self-cultivation world. If they wanted to fight for their dignity, the price of 70 million wasn't too high. Leaking the news of Shadow Killer Qing Ming's arrival in Clearwater City was to make this battle even more interesting. Because no one knew which of the 3 extreme immortals Shadow Killer Qing Ming was coming for, this made more people look forward to it. Tian Bu Wait wasn't afraid of Shadow Killer Qing Ming. As the young master of Stargate, he wasn't an idiot like his brother Tian Yun. He valued the extreme immortal ranking very much. If Shadow Killer Qing Ming was coming for him, then he would defeat Shadow Killer Qing Ming to prove his strength. However, I'm still looking forward to you the most, Tian Bu Wait said coldly. Killing a true god's disciple would, to a certain extent, make him famous in the self-cultivation world. In the Sikong family's mansion, Sikong Chiwen sat on a chair in the room with 2 people standing beside him. They were Go Zhengyang and LV Shishin, who had bullied the Mu family and had their cultivations crippled by Mu Yu. At this moment, Go Zhengyang and LV Shishin's aura was very stable. They had completely recovered and didn't look like they had their cultivations crippled at all. Master, The 8 gates are working together to deal with us. Should we? Go Zhengyang said hesitantly. If the 8 gates want to know the truth behind my rise, then we'll have to see what they're capable of. Do you think they can covet my secret? Sikong Chiwen's eyes flashed with a demonic red glow. Sikong Chiwen was able to restore Go Zhengyang and LV Shashin's cultivation after their dantians were crippled. This news would cause a huge commotion if it was spread. Once the dantian was destroyed, it was too difficult to repair it. Even if it was repaired, it was impossible to restore a person's cultivation to its original state in a short period of time. How did Sikong Chiwen do it? I heard that Shadow Killer Qing Ming has also come to Clearwater City. How should we deal with this person? LV Shishin asked. Sikong Chiwen stood up and walked to the window. He looked out and sneered, "Don't worry. The more people there are, the better, right?" Go Zhengyang and Lu Shishin looked at each other, and both of them revealed strange smiles. This level of protection is second only to the Array sect. If we want to find Mu Yu, we can only go through the door. The blue-clothed woman sitting opposite Mu Xin glanced at Mu Xin, who was running around the store. It's easy to enter the Wood Clan, but it's not easy to leave. The young man smiled and shook his head. Then how do you plan to lure Mu Yu out? We came here for him, didn't we? The blue-clothed woman said. Mu Yu values his family very much. This will become his weakness. Be careful, don't let anyone see you. The young man turned his gaze to the tailor shop. I understand. The woman in blue nodded. At this moment, there was not a single customer in the tailor shop. There was only a shop assistant accompanying Mu Xin. Mu Rongxuan and the shopkeeper were talking in the back room. The blue-clothed woman leisurely walked into the tailor shop. The shop assistant immediately greeted her. But the blue-clothed woman's eyes flashed with a blue light that shot into the shop assistant's eyes. The shop assistant's body suddenly froze. You didn't see me, do you understand? The blue-clothed woman said lightly. Yes. The shop assistant turned around and returned to the counter. He sat back in the chair behind the counter and looked outside the shop in a daze. Big sister, are you here to buy clothes? Mu Xin blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. The blue-clothed woman smiled slightly. Yes, can you help me pick a good one? Okay. Mu Xin took the blue-clothed woman and ran to the rack where the clothes were hung. The blue light flashed again and only the shop assistant was left in the shop. The young man in the tea stall had already disappeared. The entire Mu clan was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. Everyone's expression was not good. A faintly discernible sense of crisis spread in everyone's hearts. You said Xiao Xin is missing? Mu Yu asked in a deep voice. Mu Rongxuan was about to go crazy. He handed a piece of paper to Mu Yu and said, Just now, I took Xiao Xin out to discuss business. I let her play in the shop by herself. But when I was done, I found that Xiao Xin was missing and the shop assistant sent over this piece of paper. Mu Yu, what do we do now? Mu Yu spread out the paper and wrote a few words on it. Tonight at midnight, let Mu Yu come to Clearwater City's Death Desert alone. Otherwise, the little girl will die. The location was Death Desert, which was the place where the 3 of them were going to fight on June 6th. Other than these few words, there was no name. The paper was ordinary paper. There was nothing special about it. This piece of paper had no beginning or end, but it made Mu Yu burn with anger. He never thought that someone would want to use Xiao Xin's life to threaten him. Is it Ying Shuo? Cai Lai frowned and took the paper from Mu Yu's hand. He flipped through it for a long time but could not figure out anything. I'm not sure. But now that the Mu clan is protected by a powerful formation, no one can enter without a sound. Not even Ying Shuo can. If he wants to force me to show myself, he will most likely use this method. Mu Yu's voice was cold. The formation he set up for the Mu clan was very powerful. He did not have to worry about others barging in. However, the Mu clan could not hide in this stronghold forever. If he did not solve this problem, it was very likely that the entire Mu clan would be implicated. How is Ying Sho's strength? Mu Zixing rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Mu Yu shook his head. Ying Sho, who was ranked 43rd in the Extreme Immortal ranking, was at least at the 6th firmament of the Severed Soul stage. Mu Yu, on the other hand, was only at the 9th firmament of the out-of-body stage. The difference in strength was too great. Third brother, did you ask the shop assistant in detail? Don't you even know what the person who took little Shin away looked like? Mu Zixing asked seriously. Mu Rongxuan shook his head. I asked, but the shop assistant seemed to have lost his memory. He couldn't remember little Shin at all. The 24 Ying Sho were very mysterious. It was said that no one had seen what they looked like. Mu Yu had no choice. For his sister, he had to go. We must think about this matter at length. Mu Tianhe hurriedly came over and said. Ying Sho's fierce reputation was even greater than Sikong Chiwen and Tian Bushi. If this was the case, then Mu Yu would be in trouble if he really went. Master Lu said, Mu Yu, I'll go with you. Although he knew Mu Yu's strength, he also knew Ying Sho's strength. Ying Sho was more difficult to deal with than Sikong Chiwen and Tian Bushi. Mu Yu shook his head. No, if it's really Ying Sho, I'll deal with him alone. Master Lu, stay here and help me protect the Mu family. Tell the others not to go out. I'll be back soon. Mu Zixing put his hand on Mu Yu's shoulder and said calmly, I don't trust you to go alone. Mu Zixing had lost his son once. He didn't want to lose him a second time. Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. It's fine. I'm not someone who can be caught so easily. Wait for me here. It's not a good time to leave the Mu family. He knew what Mu Zixing was thinking. If Ying Sho really did come, he couldn't choose to run. Otherwise, the Mu family would be in constant danger. Is this really okay? Mu Zixing's heart was filled with anxiety. Don't worry. We don't know who's going to kill who yet. Mu Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Clearwater City was very quiet at night. The moonlight shone on the oasis in the boundless desert, as if it was covered in a layer of frost. Mu Yu quickly flew out of the Mu family and out of the city, disappearing into the night. Finally willing to come out, a shadow appeared in a small alley. This shadow was like a ghost. Even if someone walked in front of him, they wouldn't be able to detect his presence. The moonlight stretched the shadows of the buildings in Clearwater City. This shadow stared at Mu Yu's figure, weaving through the shadows cast by the moonlight. He was never exposed to the moonlight. He was like a walker in the shadows. Every shadow was his foothold. However, his figure suddenly paused. He looked at the dark alley in front of him quietly, as if he had noticed something. After a moment of silence, he disappeared into the shadows. A woman in blue walked out of a dark alley. She stared at the place where the shadow had been, and then looked at Mu Yu, who was shuttling back and forth in the sky above Clearwater City under the moonlight. She silently turned around and left. The Desert of Death was an extremely dangerous area near Clearwater City. This was originally a trade route. The Desert of Death wasn't called the Desert of Death. However, on a certain day, the sand in the Desert of Death started to meander like water. It was extremely strange. Everyone in Clearwater City knew that the phenomenon of quicksand would appear in the desert. However, the quicksand in the Desert of Death could really move. Under the influence of the wind, it floated around the Desert of Death like water. This strange phenomenon would happen a few times a day. Once an ordinary person entered the Desert of Death, they would be in danger. Hence, this place became a forbidden area for Clearwater City's trade caravans. They would rather take a longer route than pass through the Desert of Death. Facing the cold moonlight, Mu Yu followed the instructions and left the east gate. He headed north and found the Desert of Death. The Desert of Death wasn't hard to find because it was very eye-catching. Even at night, one could see the red rocks glowing with a demonic red light under the moonlight. As long as one flew high up in the sky and looked down at the desert, it was easy to see the Desert of Death. Mu Yu landed on a protruding sand rock and looked at the night sky. He couldn't see the outline of Clearwater City from here. There were only undulating sand dunes. The wind and sand whistled past, bringing with it a hint of coldness. In the desert, the temperature difference between day and night was huge. At night, the desert felt like winter, making people feel cold. True God's disciple, this is the only way to lure you out alone. It's not simple. A black shadow appeared on the sand dune in front of Mu Yu. This person came without a sound. When he appeared, he didn't seem to be out of place at all. It was as if he had been standing there for a long time. A cold murderous intent filled the air. The moonlight fell on the black shadow and Mu Yu saw the other party's appearance clearly. This was a young man dressed in light blue. He looked very thin and his face was angular. His entire face looked pale under the moonlight. This person's aura was deep and reserved, making Mu Yu feel threatened. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.